Welcome to Snooze and Muse, the place where history slows down and stories unfold softly, one chapter at a time. Tonight, we turn the pages of England's golden age to follow a boy from Stratford-upon-Avon who would become the voice of the world. This is the story of William Shakespeare, not just the playwright, but the dreamer, the father, the philosopher. A man whose pen stirred kings and clowns alike, and whose words still breathe in classrooms, theaters, and hearts across the globe. So settle in. Let the world fade and drift into the past, where every soliloquy is a whisper and every line a lullaby. The birth of a bard in the soft heart of Warwickshire, nestled beside the calm bends of the river Avon, lies the quiet town of Stratford-upon-Avon. It was here, in the spring of 1564, that William Shakespeare took his first breath. The town, modest and still, lay under skies that often shifted from gray to gold, mirroring the uncertainty and promise of the era. Elizabethan England was a land suspended between two times. The medieval past still clung to its cobbled streets. And market days, while the whispers of Renaissance thought danced in the air, carried on the wind from Italy, France, and the Low Countries. Religion was still a pillar, but the Reformation had shaken its base. Monarchs ruled by divine right, yet the minds of common folk were beginning to stir with new ideas. The printing press had arrived. Books began to multiply. The world was growing. Wider, Stratford itself was neither rich nor poor, but pulsing with life. It was a market town where traders, farmers, and craftsmen met under timbered rooftops. Horses clopped across the worn stone. Bells from Holy Trinity Church told the hours. Candles flickered in low-ceilinged rooms. It was a place where one could live a quiet life or begin the journey toward something larger. William was baptized on April 26, 1564. Just 3 days after what would become his traditionally celebrated birthday, April 23rd. His home was likely filled with the smells of leather and dye, the sounds of laughter and labor. His world was small but steady. In that cradle of calmness, the seed of a bard was planted. A world of play and prayer. Childhood in Stratford was a woven fabric of playfulness and piety. William would have risen early, perhaps to the sound of a rooster crowing or a fire crackling in the hearth. Mornings were for chores and learning. Afternoons for wandering fields or reading beneath a tree. The festivals that graced the town square brought music, food, and masked performances. Mummers and minstrels danced and acted out ancient tales, filling young minds with wonder. It was in these performances, rough, loud, and often humorous, that a love of drama might have first taken root. These weren't grand theaters, but makeshift. Stages on wagons or green fields, yet they offered something magical, a temporary escape into another world, but play was always balanced by prayer. England in the 16th century was devout, though divided. The shadows of Catholicism lingered, even as Protestant reform reshaped the landscape. The Book of Common Prayer was read aloud in wooden pews. Latin phrases still echoed in rituals. Religion was not a private affair. It was woven into the fabric of daily life. William would have been taught to memorize catechisms, to kneel in silence, to listen for the voice of God in scripture and sermon. Yet between these prayers, the young boy found joy in winter games. In village fairs, in the rhythm of life that pulsed with both reverence and delight, he attended the king's new school, a local grammar school, likely beginning around the age of 7. There, the discipline was sharp and the learning rigorous. Latin grammar was drilled daily. Students copied out lines from Ovid and Seneca. They read dialogues and rhetoric. From sunrise to late afternoon, William would have sat on wooden benches, ink-stained fingers shaping thoughts into form. It was not just education, it was an awakening of the mind. The glove-maker's son John Shakespeare, William's father, was a man of trade and rising status. A glove-maker by craft, he shaped leather into goods both practical and refined. But John also held civic roles: alderman, bailiff, a voice in town affairs. Their home on Henley Street stood solid and proud, filled with the smell of tan. Hides and the quiet clink of coins, John's ambition was clear. He wanted more for his children's stability, respect, opportunity. Though the family faced financial hardship later, in William's early years they lived with a measure of comfort. Servants may have helped around the house. Fine clothes were worn on Sunday. The rhythm of the household echoed both enterprise and aspiration. Mary Arden, William's mother, brought lineage and strength. Her family owned farmland in nearby Wilmcote, and her upbringing tied young William to the country, to its seasons, its animals, its stories whispered by wind and wheat. The blend of town and country shaped the boy deeply. He learned the value of craft from his father and the rhythm of nature from his mother. He saw how reputation mattered, how fortunes could rise and fall, how respect was both earned and fragile. These early lessons would echo later in kings, clowns, and cunning. Plotters on stage, life in the Shakespeare household wasn't lavish, but it was rich with texture. A place where hands worked hard and minds reached upward. A place where the world's noise was faint, but its promise always near. Seeds of curiosity as William grew, so did his hunger to understand the world. Stratford gave him much to observe: the bustle of markets, the gossip of neighbors, the cycles of harvest and snow. But beyond what his eyes could see, books opened portals to other worlds. A tea school, he read tales of Roman generals, ancient poets, and noble betrayals. He studied Virgil, Cicero, and Horace. He memorized speeches, dissected grammar, practiced oration. The past was not distant to him. It breathed through pages, vivid and close. Latin became a second skin, a language not only of rules but of rhythm. He did not merely learn. He absorbed, yet it wasn't all formal learning. Outside the classroom, he listened to folk tales spun by elders, to the chatter of travelers, to the soft hush of the river at dawn. The oral tradition of England was alive in Stratford. Legends of ghosts, of Arthurian knights, of forest spirits and fatal loves. These were not written down, but they shaped the soul, even the landscape. Taught him the curve of the Avon, the rustle of birch leaves, the cry of birds at dusk. Nature whispered metaphors long before he penned them. He watched the moon shift, the sun rise over dew-covered fields. Time moved gently in Stratford, and William learned to watch it well. These years were not extraordinary by the standards of history, yet they were sacred. For in this quiet world, a mind was forming that would later give voice to kings and fools, to lovers and ghosts. Every book he read, every face he watched, every season he lived became part of his unwritten notebook. By the time he left Stratford as a young man, the river had already run deep within him. The glove-maker's son was not yet a playwright, but he was already a poet in waiting. Shadows and apprenticeships, the story of William Shakespeare moves now into a quieter place. The bustle of his childhood gives way to years cloaked in mystery. Historians call them the lost years, a span between boyhood and fame where few records speak his name. These are not empty years, but rather unwritten pages between 1585 and 1592. Shakespeare disappears from the public eye. He leaves behind the familiar sounds of Stratford, the church bells, the whispers in the market, the soft shuffle of school shoes on stone. And yet, somewhere in these silent corridors of time, something is happening. These are the years that shaped the man we would one day call the bard. Perhaps he traveled. Some believe he wandered the countryside with acting troupes, performing for coins in candlelit inns. Others imagine him in London, working in theaters, learning the rhythms of the stage, not yet as a master, but as an eager observer. There are whispers that he may have taught school or assisted in some noble household. But none of this is certain, and it is in this uncertainty that possibility grows. The blank space becomes a canvas. These years, unrecorded but not unlived, may have given him the stories, the faces, and the voices that would later echo in his plays. These years may have offered pain or discovery or hunger for more. The vanishing years do not erase his presence. Instead, they cast a soft veil over his becoming. They allow the myth to mingle with the man, and they remind us that sometimes the most formative seasons happen away from the gaze of the world. Marriage and mystery in 1582. When William was just 18, he married Anne Hathaway. She was older by 8 years, and the marriage happened quickly. A special license was granted. The reason, as the baptism records soon revealed, was that Anne was expecting their first child in Elizabethan England. Such haste was not uncommon, but it carries its own echoes. A young man on the edge of adulthood, a woman steady and rooted. A village watching, Anne lived in Shottery, a nearby hamlet, her thatched roof cottage nestled among apple trees and green fields. She was part of a respected family, and though we have few letters or accounts, her presence in William's life is enduring. Their marriage, born of circumstance or affection, or both, became the beginning of a shared journey. But it was a quiet one. Anne remained in Stratford for much of her life, raising their children, tending to the home, while William's feet slowly turned toward London. There is a tender mystery in this union. They lived apart more than together, but the ties endured. Whether forged in youthful urgency or gentle commitment, theirs was a bond that outlived the whispers. The shadows surrounding their marriage do not dim its weight. Instead, they invite us to look gently, to imagine the young couple standing before the altar, hands joined not just in promise, but in hope. For a future that neither could yet name, a growing family soon after their marriage. The young couple welcomed their first child, Susanna, in 1583. 2 years later, twins Hamnet and Judith were born. 3 children in the small cottage, the days. Filled with cries and lullabies, with wood smoke curling into the air, fatherhood came early for William. And with it, the quiet urgency of responsibility. Stratford was not a place of endless opportunity. The glove trade had slowed. His father's fortunes had waned. And so William would have felt the weight of mouths to feed, of shoes to mend, of futures to shape. Each day may have felt like a negotiation between stability and yearning. The path of a tradesman lay before him, familiar and secure. But perhaps that path never fit him well. Perhaps, as he carved leather beside his father or swept the hearth in the early morning, his mind drifted to poems and plays. Raising a family anchored him, but it also lit a fire beneath him. The children he cradled became the breath behind his ambition. The home he helped build became the root from which he might grow and rise, even in the years he would later spend in London. His letters and finances would often return to Stratford, to Anne and the children. His plays were performed in crowded theaters, but his heart remained partly in the quiet lanes of home, a dream deferred, a fire ignited still rooted in Stratford. The restlessness within William grew. It was not discontent, but something deeper, a calling. He began to glimpse another life, one of ink-stained fingers, candlelit pages, and applause in distant cities. The dream of the stage had likely visited him often in childhood. But now, as a man with a family and fading options, it became more than a dream. It became necessity. Somewhere between the lullabies and the leatherwork, he must have made a choice. To go, to risk, to become .by 1592. The silence breaks. His name appears in London. A playwright. A man who had already begun to shape the stage. How he arrived there, history does not say. But we feel the path and the rhythm of his rise. It was not a single leap, but a series of steps. A gentle unfolding. The dream deferred was not denied. It waited, patient and persistent, until he was ready to chase it. The fire, once a flicker in the quiet corners of Stratford, now burned bright. And with it, a new chapter of his life would begin. London beckons. The wind carried change, and with it, William's footsteps echoed along the winding roads that led south from the green fields and quiet towns of Stratford-upon-Avon to the rising pulse of the English capital, London. The late 1580s was a world apart. It wasn't just a city, it was a force. As he approached its outskirts, the air thickened, not with smoke alone, but with the weight of thousands of stories of struggle, of survival. Of dreams pressed between brick and fog, William walked beside carts drawn by oxen and merchants with bursting wagons, his thoughts as restless as the cobbles beneath his boots. This was not a simple journey of miles. It was a passage between lives. The gentle, bookish boy who had wandered through country woods was gone. In his place stood a man still young, but hungrier for a voice, for a place, for the chance to become something more than what Stratford could offer. As London's silhouette emerged, domes, chimneys, steeples, William clutched a modest satchel and the quieter hope that he might find somewhere to belong. The Thames wound like a silver serpent through the city's belly, ferries and barges cutting across its gray waters. The streets bustled with the constant rhythm of feet, hooves, and voices. Bakers cried their wares. Bells rang. Children laughed. And vanished into alleyways. The noise was overwhelming. The air itself felt alive, damp with mist, laced with the scent of coal smoke and roasting meat. William didn't speak much in those early days. He listened, observed, noted the way. Language swirled through the air like smoke. How laughter could wound and words could sway. Every street corner was its own scene. Every stranger a character waiting to be named. He wandered Southwark and Shoreditch, places where art mingled with survival. This was not a city that coddled. It demanded. And for someone like William, ambitious, but unproven, it whispered both promise and peril. But even in that dense uncertainty, something stirred in him. The city, with all its grit and glory, had a rhythm. And he was beginning to hear it. The theatre as temple in London. The theatre was more than amusement, it was fire. Sacred and dangerous. A place where England itself came to dream and confront its fears. For William, it was the beginning of revelation. He found himself drawn to the playhouses that dotted the city, like glowing embers. The theatre, the curtain, the rose. Their wooden bones creaked with the weight of passion and applause. These weren't just buildings. They were temples for the imagination, cathedrals of language. Inside, the world changed. The poor and rich sat shoulder to shoulder. Nobles leaned forward beside apprentices. Boundaries dissolved in the flicker of candlelight and verse. Elizabethan London was a stage in every sense. And drama was transforming. Gone were the stiff allegories of generations past. Now, stories pulsed with blood and consequence. Human flaws. Human choices. Audiences gasped. Laughed, wept. It was in these spaces that William began to grasp what theatre could truly be, not just performance, but revelation. He studied the masters, Thomas Kyd's brutal tragedies, Marlowe's soaring ambition. He watched how actors moved across wooden platforms, how the crowd leaned in when a line struck true. The playhouse was not silent. It hissed. It shouted. It breathed backstage. Everything was makeshift and chaotic. Costumes were stitched and restitched. Props were borrowed or built from scraps. But none of that mattered when the curtain rose. In that sacred flicker of suspended disbelief, a player became a prince. A tavern became a palace. And a young man, with no name, could begin to imagine one for himself. Here, William did not yet shine. He studied, absorbed. The theatre was a storm, and he stood in the center of it, letting it rattle through his bones. Each performance was a lesson. Every misstep, a correction. Language was his compass, and the stage was beginning to feel like home. First steps onto the stage. Before the pen, there was the voice. Before the fame, There was the silence broken by memorizing lines penned by others and spoken under torchlight. William became an actor, not to be seen, but to learn. He joined a company quietly, likely playing minor roles, wearing borrowed boots, and sharing a backstage bench with veterans of the boards. Acting taught rhythm. It taught control, timing, emotion, and above all, audience. A single cough could shatter a moment. A held breath could elevate it. William studied that exchange, the fragile bridge between performer and spectator. He practiced not just lines, but listening, reacting, understanding how words landed, how they echoed, how they could wound or heal. In those early days, his roles were modest. Perhaps a messenger, a servant, a fleeting presence with a line or two. But in every part, there was discovery. He saw how the crowd responded to honesty, to cadence, to pain delivered in iambs. Slowly, he began to write not to replace what existed, but to reach for something deeper. He scribbled in candlelight, drafting scenes on scraps of paper. Not polished masterpieces, but sketches of conflict, of longing, of wit sharpened by weariness. He imitated at first. That was how one learned. But soon the voice on the page began to shift. It grew distinct, not yet Shakespeare, but certainly not anonymous. Behind the curtain, he practiced phrases, tweaking syllables until they rang true. The words began to dance, not just in form. His fellow players noticed. So did the stage managers. Eventually, so did the audiences. But it began not with thunder. It began with whispers. A few murmured lines. A smile from a director. The nod of an elder actor. And always the city beyond, watching, waiting, anonymous, no more the turning. Point did not arrive with fanfare, but it arrived. A new play opened, Henry V.I., vivid, violent, alive with tension and speech that rolled like drumbeats. Critics murmured. Crowds returned. And somewhere in the back alleys of London, a few voices began asking the same question. Who had written this? William's name, until now just another actor's on a bill, began to lift from the margins. His lines sharp, layered, emotional, felt different. They weren't just echoes of others. They spoke with a rhythm that lingered in the chest. There was a clarity in his voice, a boldness, and a certain aching honesty. More plays followed, tales of kings and clowns, of star-crossed lovers and haunted princes. His language bent time. It held up a mirror to England's soul. The people began to recognize the man behind the curtain, and no longer a boy from Stratford. No longer just another actor with dreams. William Shakespeare had arrived. And London. Brutal, beautiful London had become both his muse and his proving ground. Though he still lived modestly, there was a quiet shift. Fellow writers took notice. Theaters vied for his work. Even nobles extended invitations. But fame for William was not the goal. The goal was truth and beauty and legacy. Not the fleeting kind that vanished with applause, but the kind that lingered. That endured. As the city darkened each night, torches lit narrow paths, and across the Thames, in taverns and theaters. His name was spoken more often softly at first, then with weight. William Shakespeare. The voice was no longer lost in the crowd, and though his journey was just beginning, London harsh and luminous had embraced him. A boy from Warwickshire had found his stage, and the world, though it didn't yet know it, was about to listen. Rise of a wordsmith before the roar of crowds and the echo of applause beneath the wooden beams of London's playhouses, there was silence. And in that silence there was verse. Poetry became William Shakespeare's first true voice elegant, aching and full of desire. Long before he became a playwright, he was a poet. The sonnets and verses he began to shape in his earliest years were not written for actors or audiences. They were composed in the hush of solitude in rooms lit by candlelight, during moments of reflection, or under the soft hum of rain outside a window. The poetry came from a place deeper than performance. It was personal, introspective, and yet it reached for something larger, the eternal rhythms of love, time, beauty, and loss. Shakespeare's early poems were classical in inspiration. The language was careful, almost sculpted, each line polished. Like stone, he drew upon ancient stories, Roman myths, and the poetic traditions of Italy and France. But what made his verses different was not their source, it was their pulse. Even in these early works, Shakespeare's voice shimmered with something new, a warmth, a human closeness. His verses were not sermons, they were whispers. They carried longing not just for love, but for meaning, for permanence in a world that seemed to shift with every season. His lines reached beyond himself, searching for beauty even in sorrow. And though they followed the rules of poetic form, they also stretched them, gently, boldly, like a musician testing the edge of a familiar tune. To write in this way was both safe and dangerous. Poetry could travel far across court circles, among educated readers, and through the pens of critics. But it also exposed the soul. Each poem was a mirror. And as William began to publish, those reflections slowly made their way into the eyes of others, into noble homes, private libraries, and whispered conversations. In those first lines, the world began to hear the quiet heartbeat of a wordsmith, one who would soon give England not just poems, but plays that reshaped its language forever, patron and pen. As Shakespeare's poetic voice took shape, the world outside grew darker. London was gripped by plague, a silent invader that shut doors, closed theaters, and scattered crowds. With the playhouses darkened and gatherings forbidden, actors and writers were left adrift. But Shakespeare's pen did not still during this time of fear and isolation. Something unexpected occurred, a lifeline, extended not by chance, but by admiration. A nobleman, Henry Wriothesley, the young Earl of Southampton, offered patronage. He was wealthy, ambitious, and fond of the arts. More importantly, he saw something rare in William's writing, something worth nurturing. With the support of this patron, Shakespeare found protection not from illness, but from obscurity. Patronage was a gift, but also a challenge. It brought shelter, but demanded excellence. The poems William now wrote were not just for himself. They were gifts shaped with care, laced with flattery, and wrapped in the finest verse he could craft. He wrote with urgency, knowing that the eyes of the elite were watching. Each word was weighed, each image sharpened. The plague outside might have silenced stages, but inside William's study, language blossomed. It became his stage. There was pressure, yes, to impress, to endure, to please a man whose wealth could open doors or close them. But there was also freedom. The absence of theater gave him time, space to delve into stories not meant for stagecraft, but for the page. And so, while many in London waited in fear for normal life to return, Shakespeare wrote, quietly, steadily, holding a quill instead of a sword, battling darkness with ink and imagination. This was not yet the Shakespeare of history's spotlight. This was a young writer, still unshaped by fame, learning how to move hearts with rhythm and line. Verses for the elite. Out of this quiet but urgent time came two works that would set his name in stone: Venus and Adonis and the Rape of Lucrece. These poems did not whisper, they sang. They were bold, sensual, and steeped in myth. They drew from Roman tales, but were alive with Shakespeare's own voice, tender, tragic, and unafraid of beauty. Venus and Adonis was the first. It told of the goddess of love, desperate to win the heart of a young man who preferred the hunt to her embrace. The poem shimmered with lush language, rich description, and a daring sense of intimacy. It was not written for the masses. It was meant for the private reader, the noble mind. And it was a success. It sold well. It was passed from hand to hand. Critics praised it. Readers memorized lines. And at the center of it all was Shakespeare, no longer a name buried in a caste list, but an author, a poet, a man who could take a story as old as marble and breathe into it something warm and new. Then came the Rape of Lucrece, darker, deeper, more tragic. This was no love poem. It was a tale of power and pain, of honor lost and justice demanded. Through it, Shakespeare showed a different strength, not just elegance, but empathy. He gave voice to suffering, to silence, to a woman broken by cruelty and remembered through courage. The elite noticed. This was not simple entertainment. These were works of weight and wonder. They combined classical taste with raw emotion, something rare, something needed. And though they came from a world of plague and uncertainty, they offered clarity, meaning, beauty. Wealth followed slowly, reputation more quickly. Shakespeare was no longer just an actor hoping for roles. He was a writer being read, respected, remembered. These poems were not plays, but they built the bridge toward them. Through verse, he found his path forward. And through these stories of gods and grief, he learned how to reach the hearts of men. From page to performance, theaters reopened as the plague receded. Slowly, carefully, life in London began again. Curtains rose. Audiences returned. The wooden platforms that had stood silent for months once again rang with footsteps and verse. And William, who had spent that still season writing, returned with something more than hope, He returned with vision. His poems had sharpened his craft. They had taught him how words could live not only on lips, but in the minds of those who heard them. Every stanza, every syllable had been practice. Now he carried the discipline to the stage. He began to weave his poetic mastery into his plays. Not all at once, but subtly, skillfully. His dialogue flowed with rhythm. His characters spoke not just with purpose, but with pulse. The lessons learned from Venus and Adonis and Lucrece found new form in the mouths of kings and fools. Lovers and soldiers, audiences may not have realized they were hearing a poet, but they felt it. The rise and fall of his language. The way emotion bent. A round sound. The pause between words, thick with meaning. His lines didn't simply explain. They evoked. They stayed, and behind every scene stood a man who had once written in silence, now commanding the stage with lines shaped by stillness. He did not abandon poetry. He carried it with him. It became his foundation, his compass, his signature. The poems had brought him fame. The stage would bring him legacy, and so, as candles flickered once more in the rafters of London's theaters, and as the city dared to dream again, William Shakespeare stepped forward not just as a player, but as a wordsmith made whole. His pen had never stopped, and now the world was ready to listen. Tragedy and triumph along the southern bank of the Thames, just beyond the city's walls, something remarkable rose from the mud. In the cold breath of winter 1599, men carried timbers across frozen ground. They hammered and hoisted, cut and shaped. The structure they built was not a home nor a church, but something that would come to feel like both, the Globe Theatre. A wooden circle of imagination, Shakespeare, by now no longer a silent observer, was part of it not only as a writer, but as an investor. He had earned his place not through inheritance or title, but through words. Theaters had come and gone, but the Globe was different. This one would be theirs. A home for players. A sanctuary for stories.it was built quickly, but not carelessly. Planks were repurposed from an earlier theater, the timbers of dreams past, reborn in a new frame. The builders shaped a stage that jutted into the crowd, drawing the audience into the heart of each scene. Above, the heavens painted with stars and sun. Below, the trapdoor a portal to shadow. And all around, the echo of possibility, the smell of fresh oak and sawdust clung to the air. Workers wiped sweat from their brows as scaffolding creaked. Slowly, the structure took shape round like a crown, with open skies above. No roof covered the central yard, where common folk would stand shoulder to shoulder, their eyes raised in anticipation. The wealthier patrons watched from galleries along the edges, shaded by the roof's embrace. When the Globe opened its doors, it did not whisper. It rang with laughter, with gasps, with applause. It became a living, breathing space where language could stretch and soar. Shakespeare's plays no longer had to find a stage, they had a home. And within this wooden frame, his voice grew stronger. His stories, once scattered across companies and inns, now had roots. The Globe was more than timber and nails. It was a circle drawn around human emotion, joy, grief, ambition, betrayal. And at its center stood a man who understood them all, Hamlet's ghost in the quiet, behind the crowds, grief stirred. Not just the imagined grief of a character, but something deeper, personal, painful. In 1596, William Shakespeare lost his only son, Hamlet, a boy of just 11. The name, so close to a prince's. The loss, so real.it, is here that Hamlet was born, not in grandeur, but in sorrow. A prince haunted by his father's death. A son consumed by questions. The play unfolds like a fever dream, slow, questioning, raw. It is not a story of kings alone, but of mourning, of memory, of trying to make sense of a world suddenly colder. The ghost in Hamlet does not scream. He whispers. He lingers. Much like the absence of a child once laughing in the halls of New Place, Shakespeare's home in Stratford. Through the play, we hear not only a playwright crafting drama, but a father navigating loss. Hamlet holds mirrors in every scene, mirrors to power, to madness, to grief. The prince stalls, not out of cowardice, but out of ache. He searches not just for vengeance, but for understanding. His soliloquies are less speeches and more confessions. Quiet, searching, full of doubt on the globe's stage, Hamlet found life. But in its lines, we sense death, or at least the echo of it. The ache of absence. The weight of questions that no throne can answer. This was not a performance for applause alone. It was a confession, a prayer, a reckoning. And through it, Shakespeare offered something brave, the truth that even kings, even gods of words break. A world in chaos, the new century dawned, but the world remained restless. England, though proud, was uncertain. Monarchs aged. Wars whispered. The streets of London teemed with both celebration and suspicion, and into this world, Shakespeare released three of his most searing tragedies: Julius Caesar, Othello, and Macbeth. Each, in its own way, a study of ambition and the human heart undone. Julius Caesar brought Rome to the globe, but its warnings belong to every age. The crowd watched Brutus struggle with loyalty and fear. They saw how speeches could sway a crowd, how power could crumble under the weight of trust betrayed. The dagger was not just a weapon, it was a question. What price is loyalty? Othello followed, rich with storm and shadow. Here was a story of love poisoned by lies, of a noble man brought low by whispers. The stage filled with tension not from swords, but from glances, pauses, words. Shakespeare painted the slow unraveling of trust, of identity, of self. Then came Macbeth, darker still. A soldier tempted by prophecy, a wife burning with ambition. Together they spiraled into ruin. The play was a drumbeat steady, chilling. The witches chanted. The air thickened. And again, the globe became a mirror. The world watched its own shadows move. These plays were not merely stories. They were storms. They captured the pulse of a nation unsure of its own future. They gave voice to fear, not the kind found in war, but the quiet kind that creeps. Behind smiles and thrones, Shakespeare was not writing to comfort. He was writing to reveal. In betrayal, he showed humanity. In downfall, he showed truth. In silence, he showed the weight of what goes unsaid through Julius Caesar, Othello, and Macbeth. He turned tragedy into revelation. And the Globe, night after night, held up the mirror that Bardesans by the early 1600s. Shakespeare was no longer one of many. He was singular. His name carried weight not shouted in the streets, but spoken in reverence. He had written comedies, histories, and tragedies. He had shaped language itself. His words passed through courts, classrooms, and countryside inns. His plays crossed borders. His characters Falstaff, Lear, Romeo, Juliet had become part of the world's breath, a T. The Globe, his presence lingered even when he wasn't seen. The company he co-owned thrived. His fellow actors trusted him. Young writers watched him. Patrons praised him. He had moved from apprentice to master, from shadow to sun, but he did not climb with noise. His ascent was steady, rooted, like the growth of an oak tree deep unseen, until its branches brushed the sky. The man himself remained somewhat apart, private, focused. He returned often to Stratford, where his family lived. He purchased land, built a legacy, not only in ink, but in stone. He walked between worlds, the city of stages and the quiet of home, and yet, even in calm, the fire burned. More plays came. King Lear, Antony and Cleopatra, The Tempest. Each rich with emotion, layered with meaning. Each a step deeper into the heart of what it means to be alive. By now, Shakespeare had become more than a playwright. He was the bard, the voice of a nation, of an age, but beyond the praise, beyond the crowns and daggers of his characters, remained the same truth. He was a man of words, and through them he gave the world a map, not of roads, but of souls. In the wooden circle of the globe, his stories soared, and in every corner of England, and later the world, his name whispered with wonder. Shakespeare had risen, not to power, not to royalty, but to something quieter, something deeper. To the place where language lives forever. London beckons, the rising pulse of a theatrical dream. London in the late 1580s pulsed with a life all its own, a city caught between dirt and dream, stone and sky. Its streets twisted with energy. Carriages rattled over cobbles. Merchants shouted their wares. Bells rang from towers above. Along the River Thames, fog curled like ribbon through alleyways, blurring the line between the known and the unknown. To arrive here was to enter a new rhythm, one where ambition hummed beneath every surface. The city was growing fast, its arms stretching to hold more people, more power, more possibility. For someone like William Shakespeare, newly arrived from the quiet of Stratford-upon-Avon, it was dizzying and electrifying all at once. Here, a man could disappear, or be seen for the first time. Actors moved through the streets in costume, even off-stage cloaks flapping, faces half-painted, lives lived on the edge of performance. Ballads spilled from tavern doors, and wandering players juggled and sang. On corners for coins, pickpockets thrived beside poets. Beggars knelt near noblemen. London was rough, raw, but full of light. It was chaos, and it was hope. William did not arrive as a star. He arrived quietly, like many did with eyes open and pockets thin. He didn't know the city, but he watched it closely. How people moved, how voices collided, how pain and joy could change with a gesture. He listened not for applause, but for rhythm, the heartbeat of a place that never truly slept. London, to Shakespeare, was not only a city, it was a character. Loud, unforgiving, but alive with stories waiting to be told, and he still unknown. Still searching was ready to tell them. Theaters and playhouses, the beating heart of London's imagination, was not found in palaces or courts, but in the playhouses, those strange wooden arenas that wrapped language in sound and breath. The first time William stepped into one, he must have felt it, the pull of it, the possibility. The city's stages were simple by structure, but grand in spirit. The theater, built north of the city wall, had opened a new world just a few years before. It was followed by the curtain and later the rose. These buildings were called wooden O's, round or polygonal, open to the sky, built from timber and belief. There was no curtain to drop, no separation between actor and audience. Just boards, beams, and breath. The yard held the groundlings, standing folk who paid a penny to press forward and be part of the show. Galleries wrapped around above, offering shelter and better sightlines to those who could pay more. The smells of earth, sweat, and roasted chestnuts drifted through the air. And when the play began, silence fell, not because it was asked for, but because it was earned. In these spaces, laughter could thunder, tears could fall. Lives changed for William. These stages were more than venues. They were vessels. Here, words mattered. A single line could turn a crowd. A glance could ignite applause. He studied it all, how the actors moved, how the stories landed, how light shifted with the clouds above. He was not yet famous, not yet the bard. But even then, the wooden O's whispered to him. They invited him not just to write, but to feel, to create something not for the page alone, but for the soul. And quietly, without fanfare, he began to write, securing his place among actors. Every stage needs a company, and every company needs words that move like music and truth. Shakespeare found both when he aligned himself with the Lord Chamberlain's men, a troupe of players favored by royalty, grounded in craft, and open to talent. This was not a fellowship offered easily. It was earned. William by now had begun to show something rare, not just the ability to write, but the ability to listen, to speak through silence, to shape stories not with thunder, but with rhythm. Other playwrights shouted. William revealed within the company. He was not just a writer, he was one of them. An actor, a peer. He shared the stage, memorized lines, felt the weight of costume, the ache of performance. He wasn't above the work. He was part of it, and the company, in turn, brought his words to life. There was Richard Burbage, strong, commanding, a voice that could carry sorrow across an open yard. Others followed, each bringing breath and bone to Shakespeare's lines. Together, They created something more than entertainment. They created trust with every new play. William proved that his stories could hold an audience, that his characters full of longing, laughter, loss were not distant shadows but reflections. The troupe believed in him. So did the crowds, and slowly the whispers began. The quiet ones at first. Have you seen the new one? Did you hear what he wrote for Burbage? There's something in the way he writes about grief. Without ever asking for it, he was being seen. He had found his stage. And in the company of actors who knew the value of voice and truth, he was building something stronger than fame. He was building a place in history, early performances, and modest beginnings before the globe rose, before the name echoed through time. There were smaller plays, smaller stages, places warmed not by chandeliers, but by candlelight and the quiet thrum of hope. These early performances were not lavish. Costumes were reused. Props were simple. Music came from flutes played offstage. But still, the stories mattered. Two Gentlemen of Verona, Titus Andronicus, The Taming of the Shrew, these were among the plays first whispered through the cities. Wooden skeletons. They held the seeds of greatness, early rhythms, raw ideas, echoes of themes that would return, more refined. In later years, audiences didn't come for polish. They came for connection, for truth spoken aloud. Shakespeare's writing even then was full of contrast, comedy that stung, violence that felt too close, love that soared and stumbled. He didn't write for kings. He wrote for people, and those people stood in rain-soaked courtyards, coins clutched in hand, waiting to be moved. They didn't always know his name, but they remembered how they felt. They remembered the laughter that surprised them, the line that made them still, the pause that left something heavy in their chest. These early days were not glamorous, but they were real. Each performance, a small victory. Each cheer, a step forward. Shakespeare wasn't chasing applause. He was learning how to earn it, and in those modest beginnings with flickering light, shifting wind, and voices rising, into dusk, something lasting began to form, a voice, a vision, a legacy. The power of the pen crafting early masterpieces in the early years, before crowns were crafted from verse and tragedies whispered through candlelit halls. Shakespeare made his mark with laughter. Not cheap laughter, nor careless gags, but wit sharpened like a quill, tangled in the mischief of love and disguise. The city, still pulsing with the energy of its theaters, leaned in as these new comedies unfolded, messy, vibrant, full of charm and contradiction. The Taming of the Shrew, one of his earliest and boldest, was a tale that played with power. In its heart, a storm of pride, of patience, of performance. Audiences did not sit silently. They cheered. They hissed. They argued even after the curtain fell. That was the point. Shakespeare's comedy wasn't gentle, it was a mirror. Polished with humor, but reflecting real tension. Then came A Midsummer Night's Dream, a different kind of storm. This one wandered through enchanted woods, where fairies meddled and lovers lost themselves in moonlight and magic. It danced between the ridiculous and the poetic. Love here was not sweet or simple. It was chaotic, wild, unpredictable. And still, it ended with unity, laughter, and a play within a play, a gentle reminder that we are all both audience and actor. These comedies weren't only written to amuse. They explored disguise and identity, class and gender, truth and illusion. Mistaken lovers, clever servants, tricksters and shadows. Shakespeare layered these characters with careful hands. Beneath the humor, there was always something more. The crowds loved it. They laughed, yes, but they also listened. For even in jest, the words struck chords of recognition. Through these early comedies, Shakespeare wasn't simply entertaining. He was learning how the heart beats in joy and how a single line, well placed, could shake a room. The laughter was real. But so was the craft, portraits of power. The histories begin while laughter filled the playhouses. Another current ran deeper. England, a land shaped by monarchy and memory, looked to its past with both pride and unease. Shakespeare turned to that past, and from it, carved his histories not as mere records of battles, but as reflections of legacy, loss, and leadership. His earliest history plays formed a vast tapestry, starting with the turmoil of Henry VI. In 3 sweeping parts, he depicted a kingdom splintering, civil war, betrayal, innocence crushed under ambition. The stage became a battlefield, but also a confessional. The audience watched not only swords clash, but families fracture. Crowns fell as easily as words. Then came Richard III, a play, drenched in shadow. Its central figure, deformed in both body and soul, charmed and chilled. Richard did not simply rule, he manipulated. He lied with elegance, killed with ease, and spoke to the audience as if confessing sins they themselves might understand. Shakespeare did not create a villain alone. He created a portrait of power without conscience. These plays, rooted in England's chronicles, became more than reenactment. They carried echoes of the present. In a country where succession was always uncertain and loyalty often bought, the histories offered more than spectacle. They questioned authority. They explored the cost of ambition. They asked what kind of king a nation deserves and what kind it creates. The writing was bold. The scope, vast. These were stories for commoners and courtiers alike. And as each history unfolded on the stage, Shakespeare stepped more fully into his purpose, not just to entertain, but to provoke thought, stir memory, and shape how a nation saw itself. Through these kings and battles, he tested his voice, and in doing so, made it impossible to ignore the verse that sang while others used words like tools. Shakespeare shaped them like music. His writing did not stumble across the stage. It moved with rhythm, pulse, breath. At the center of this movement was his command of the iambic pentameter, the steady, rising heartbeat of the English language, 5 soft pairs of syllables. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. Not all lines followed it strictly, but the pattern gave his verse life. It mimicked the rhythm of walking, of breathing, of thinking. It pulled audiences in, not with volume, but with harmony. A character might say something simple, to be or not to be, yet in those few words, something timeless stirred. The beat made the meaning linger. The pauses made it echo. The Structure created space not just for ideas, but for emotion. In his comedies, this rhythm danced. In his histories, it marched. In all his early works, it became a kind of invisible music one that actors could feel and audiences, even unknowingly, could follow. This mastery was not only technical, it was intuitive. Shakespeare listened to language as if it were alive. He understood how a single stressed syllable could tilt a sentence from joy to sorrow. How a breath between words could say more than the words themselves. Even those who didn't understand every line could feel the verse. It soothed. It startled. It sang. In these early masterpieces, the verse was not just a vehicle, it was the soul of the work, and through it, Shakespeare gave English theater not only depth, but melody, the stage as reflection in every scene. Whether painted with war or woven with jest, Shakespeare placed a mirror, not for royalty alone, nor scholars, but for everyone. The stage for him was a place of honesty, a space where truth could hide in fiction and still be seen. He did this through character. The fool, often dismissed, would speak the wisest lines. The lovers, caught in games of chance, would show how fragile the heart can be. The kings, high on thrones, would reveal fears no crown could hide. And always, the audience watched and recognized something of themselves. Shakespeare understood that people came to the theater for more than story. They came to feel, to reflect, to be reminded of their own joys and regrets, dreams and failures. His characters were not symbols. They were souls flawed, funny, wounded, brave. He gave them space to breathe, to doubt, to change, and in doing so, he gave his audience permission to do the same. This was what made his work unforgettable. Not the clever wordplay alone, not the grandeur of kings or the sweep of history, but the intimacy, the way his stories spoke to the quiet corners of human experience. In a world that changed quickly, where certainty was rare and power often cruel, the stage offered something steady, a light held up to the human heart. Even in these early works, that light flickered clearly through jesters and monarchs, soldiers and lovers. Shakespeare invited his audiences to look inward and perhaps walk away changed. The plague years, writing in isolation and fear, in the year 1592, London stopped. The usual buzz of life, the sound of carts clattering over stone, vendors crying out in markets, children laughing in the alleys softened, then faded. A dark fog rolled across the city, not from coal smoke or winter chill, but from fear. The plague had returned, the bubonic plague, relentless and unseen, swept through the streets with quiet violence. People vanished from doorways. Homes were marked with red crosses. "Lord have mercy," scrawled above them in trembling chalk. Entire families disappeared in a matter of days, and the playhouses, once alive with story and voice, were the first to close their doors. And no more applause. No more footsteps pacing across the stage. No more laughter rising beneath the open roof of the globe. The silence was thick, not peaceful, but loaded with absence. For actors and playwrights, it was a time of helpless waiting. Theaters were not just places of art. They were livelihoods. With their closures, the heart of London's creative pulse fell still. William Shakespeare, still early in his career, found himself adrift. The stages where his words once danced had gone quiet, and the crowds, once so close, now kept their distance. Fear moved faster than dialogue. Death silenced more than critics ever could, but in that silence, something else stirred. This was not an end. It was a pause. A long, slow breath in the middle of rising greatness. And for Shakespeare, this forced stillness would not mean retreat. It would become a turning point, turning to the page with the city closed and performances banned. Shakespeare turned inward. Deprived of the stage, he did not stop writing. Instead, he changed direction. He laid aside plays and reached for poetry long, lyrical, complex in thought, yet graceful in rhythm. He began with Venus and Adonis, the story drawn from classical myth, told of the goddess of love and her desperate longing for a mortal man. It shimmered with sensuality and sorrow. The poem moved like silk, gentle, then urgent, then still again. Here, Shakespeare explored desire not as a plot point, but as a force both beautiful and painful. Next came The Rape of Lucrece, a darker tale, one of violence and consequence. It told of honor, trauma, and the heavy silence that follows. Unspeakable acts. The lines were sharp, mournful, deliberate. This was not performance. It was reflection. These were not poems written for crowded stages. They were meant for quiet rooms and slow reading for the mind more than the ear. They unfolded over time, inviting thought, asking questions. Where his plays gave many voices space to collide, these poems moved with a single voice rich. With imagery haunted by stillness, Shakespeare was no longer writing for applause. He was writing for something deeper, something that would outlast a plague, a season, even his own lifetime. He sent his poems into the world like messages in a bottle, not knowing when or if they would be found, but they were, and through them, his name began to rise, the patron, the Earl of Southampton. Behind the words, beyond the ink, stood another figure, Henry Wriothesley, the young Earl of Southampton. He was noble, well-read, and deeply interested in the arts. But more than that, he was daring. Unlike many in his class, he did not dismiss the theater or the players who lived by it. He admired Shakespeare. He saw promise where others might have seen only a craftsman. And he offered something rare, support. To dedicate a work to a patron was no small gesture. It was a kind of offering, a mix of gratitude, ambition, and hope. Shakespeare's dedications to Southampton were heartfelt, carefully worded, almost intimate. Whether or not their relationship ever deepened beyond words, what remains clear is the influence. With Southampton's patronage, Shakespeare gained protection, both social and financial. The poems he wrote were not just artistic exercises. They were bridges, ways to reach readers beyond the theater crowd, ways to enter drawing rooms, libraries, and private minds. In Venus and Adonis, and especially Lucrece, Shakespeare shaped stories that were elegant enough for the nobility, yet emotional enough for anyone. Southampton's name gave Shakespeare's poems a seal of seriousness. They were no longer just the work of a man from Stratford trying his hand at verse. They were something greater art worth preserving, pondering, and praising. The connection to Southampton didn't just lift Shakespeare's reputation. It gave him room to breathe, and in that space, he wrote with a new kind of freedom. In quiet. Genius broods the plague kept its grip on the city. The silence stretched from weeks into months, and still the theaters remained shut. The streets were quieter now, the air heavier, and behind closed shutters, life continued in fragments. But Shakespeare, surrounded by stillness, did not grow idle. Instead, his mind deepened. Without actors to shape his lines, he focused on form. Without the instant response of an audience, he listened to his own rhythms. His poetry, once filled with movement, now pulsed with thought. In the long hours of isolation, he explored emotion more deeply. His verses softened. They became more intricate. Themes of longing, loss, and inner conflict bloomed across the page. Even when writing about gods and heroes, his lens remained human. He played with sound alliteration, meter, internal rhyme, not for decoration, but for meaning. He sculpted his language with care, as if knowing that each line would have to stand on its own, carried not by voice, but by silence. The sonnets, still to come, would grow from this period of reflection. Their tenderness, their restraint, their emotional clarity all found their roots in this time of forced quiet. The genius we now remember was not born in applause. It was shaped in absence. In quiet. Shakespeare learned how to write not just for theater, but for time itself. For the reader, the thinker, the soul searching in the dark for something lasting. He had no stage, but he had a pen, and with it, he built a world that no plague could touch. The globe rises a theater of dreams. In the waning days of the 16th century, the banks of the River Thames echoed with the clatter of carts and the creak of timber. It was the winter of 1598, when a crew of determined men rapped against the cold, dismantled an old theater in Shoreditch piece by careful piece. These timbers, weathered by years of applause and tragedy, were more than wood. They were memory. They were promised. By barge. The beams were ferried across the frozen Thames, drifting slowly toward the south bank. There, in the district of Southwark, a new vision would take root. It would be called the Globe. This name, round and bold, echoed. The shape of the building itself, a circular space meant to contain the world, or at least the stories that gave it meaning. The construction site buzzed with life. Sawdust floated through the air like mist. Hammers and voices rose together in a chorus of creation. Carpenters shaped beams, plasterers smoothed walls, and laborers laid foundations that would cradle thousands of footsteps in years to come. It wasn't just a building going up, it was a monument to imagination. For Shakespeare, this was no mere theater. It was a canvas, a cathedral of sound and silence. After years of leasing playhouses owned by others, he and his company, the Lord Chamberlain's men, had taken control of their destiny. The Globe was partly theirs, partly his. It stood 3 stories tall, open to the sky, with a thatched roof curving over its galleries like a protective arm. The stage jutted into the yard where the groundlings would stand, the common folk who paid a penny to watch. It was raw and alive. The actors were close enough to touch, the emotions close enough to feel that be why, the spring of 1599, the Globe was nearly ready. Wooden stairs creaked under the weight of expectation. The painted canopy above the stage, known as the heavens, sparkled with stars and suns, as if the cosmos themselves watched over the drama. Beneath it, trapdoors hinted at hells below. This was not just a place to perform. It was a place to believe in words and dreams, and in the power of a shared breath. A new era of drama begins with the boards freshly laid and the scent of pine still clinging to the seats. The Globe Theatre opened its doors. It was 1599, and the first play to grace its stage was Julius Caesar, a tale of ambition, betrayal, and blood under Roman skies fitting for a theater born from courage and risk. The audience came in waves from every walk of life. Nobles in embroidered coats sat high in the galleries, shaded from the sun. Merchants found mid-level seats, watching with the same sharp eyes they used in trade. And down in the yard stood the laborers, hatless, loud, eager. Their hands were rough from work, their laughs unfiltered, their presence essential. There were no curtains, no darkened halls. The sun lit the faces of actors and audience alike. This theater breathed. It pulsed. Every moment of silence, every cheer was shared. Shakespeare wrote not for the elite, nor for the poor, but for all. And here they met Dadaeus, who like it soon followed, its pastoral whimsy echoing through the beams. Then Hamlet, the prince of hesitation, stood alone on the Globe's stage and asked the question that would ripple through centuries, to be or not to be. The plays were not just words. They were weather. Storms brewed on stage. Moons rose and fell. Witches conjured, kings fell, and fools told truths no noble dared speak. From comedy to tragedy, the Globe held it all. There was magic. And how quickly the theater could shift. One moment, it was a Danish castle. The next, a moonlit forest. The space was fixed, but imagination wandered free. This was the heart of the Elizabethan age, an age where art, politics, and belief collided. And the Globe was its epicenter. More than wood and plaster, it was a mirror held up to nature. As Shakespeare once wrote, a place where people came not just to watch, but to feel. Shakespeare, the shareholder in the echo of applause. Behind the painted screens and rustling curtains, a quiet transformation was unfolding. William Shakespeare, once merely a player and playwright, was now something else, a businessman. When the Globe was formed, it wasn't simply a home for his words. It was an enterprise. The Lord Chamberlain's men, Shakespeare's acting company, had taken a bold step. They owned their stage. Not rented, not borrowed. Owned. Shakespeare held a 1/10 share in the Globe, a piece of paper that gave him something rare, profit and power. For every ticket sold, for every seat filled, he earned not just recognition, but income. He was no longer reliant on court favor or noble patrons. The Globe was his anchor. This shift changed everything. With steady earnings, he gained freedom. He could write with boldness. He could take risks. He didn't have to please a single. wealthy hand, he could speak to the masses. And yet, with that came responsibility. The globe had to succeed. The roof had to hold. The stories had to move. He began thinking not only as a poet, but as a producer. He revised scenes for clarity, for speed, for spectacle. Lightning-fast sword fights, thunderous drums, ghosts that walked the night. Each detail was a choice art. Yes, but also craft. The theater was a machine, and Shakespeare was learning every gear. He also learned to balance roles: actor, manager, investor. His words were no longer separate from their setting. They lived fully only on that stage. The audience's reaction became part of the story. Their laughter, their gasps, his music, there's something profoundly human about that shift. A man born in a small town, son of a glove maker, now shaping the emotional lives of Londoners and profiting from it. But it wasn't greed. It was vision. The globe was a vessel. Shakespeare was both captain and navigator. Drama as communion, the globe theater had no roof over the center. The heavens were real. Clouds drifted by as daggers fell. Rain sometimes pattered onto actors' shoulders. Sunlight lit monologues like divine spotlight. This open air did more than expose actors to the elements. It dissolved boundaries. There were no velvet ropes, no hushed curtains. The world outside bled into the world on stage, and in that space, something sacred happened, a city divided by class, by language, by belief, came together in silence and applause. Stories became a common tongue. Rich and poor gasped together as Caesar fell. They wept as Ophelia sank into her madness. They laughed when Puck danced with mischief. It was theater as communion. The audience wasn't just observing, they were part of the rhythm. When an actor paused, it was the crowd's breath that filled the space. When a character died, it was the hush that followed that gave the moment weight. Shakespeare understood this. He wrote not for the page, but for the echo. His soliloquies invited the listener and not to observe, but to feel. The globe became a kind of heartbeat, pulsing with every scene, and over time, that rhythm settled into the city's own. People began to speak his lines in taverns, repeat his phrases at home. The theater's language became their language. The globe was not merely a structure, it was a shared dream. And when dusk fell over Southwark, and the last line was spoken, people left changed, not by spectacle alone, but by the knowledge that for a few hours they were not alone. They were part of something, together, and that, perhaps, is the true miracle of the globe. Not that it stood, or that it prospered, but that it connected. Under the open sky, words became bridges. And for Shakespeare, a writer, a dreamer, a shareholder, it was the stage he had always longed for. The golden quill masterpieces of the Middle Years. By the year 1600, something within Shakespeare had shifted. The man who once filled stages with whimsy, wordplay, and romantic turns now turned inward. The world around him was changing, and so was he. The Elizabethan era was fading. Queen Elizabeth, once the bright sun of a golden age, was aging. The air in London carried an edge of uncertainty, of silence waiting to be broken. From this stillness came Hamlet. It was more. than a story. It was a reflection held up, not just to society, but to the self. In the brooding Danish prince, Shakespeare created a mirror, and in that mirror lived doubt, pain, hesitation, and the ever-turning wheel of thought the play opened not with a rush of action, but with a whisper, a ghost walking, a father lost, a son left behind, adrift in questions he could barely name. What is duty? What is truth? Can one act without knowing? Hamlet's world was one of shadows of corridors dimly, lit by candlelight, of words meant to mean more than they said. The young prince, wrapped in black, spoke lines that felt like echoes of ancient thoughts. To be or not to be, he asked, not in grandeur, but in stillness. It was not just a question, it was a wound. Grief flowed through the script like water under ice. His father was dead. His mother changed. His uncle, now king. Hamlet was not a hero with a sword, but a thinker trapped in his mind. And in that trap, audiences saw themselves. The power of Hamlet was not in its revenge or its court intrigue. It was in the silence between lines, in the weight of a pause, in how sorrow didn't shout, it stayed quietly. The play moved slowly, like breath through cold air. Yet every scene left a mark. The audience didn't just watch Hamlet, they became him. His questions became theirs. His fear of the unknown, his longing for truth, his rage at betrayal, all were familiar. Shakespeare had found something deeper than drama. He had found the soul's quiet voice. And through Hamlet, he let it speak. Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth in the years that followed Hamlet, the quill in Shakespeare's hand grew heavier. It no longer danced, it carved. What emerged were not plays of gentle sorrow, but tragedies that burned like fire across the stage. In Othello, jealousy became a storm. A man of greatness, noble and brave, undone by whispers. The story was simple, yet the pain was layered. Othello loved deeply, and in that depth lay his fall. When lies were planted, he believed. When trust cracked, he crumbled. He was not cruel by nature. He was human. And it was that humanity that made his descent unbearable. Audiences watched, powerless, as a good man was hollowed out by doubt. His love turned to suspicion, his tenderness to violence. And when the truth emerged, it was too late. Despair did not roar. It wept. Then came King Lear, an aging monarch, dividing his kingdom, hoping for love, finding betrayal. His story unfolded like a cold wind sweeping through empty halls. At its heart was a simple ache, a father misunderstood, a heart misread. Lear gave his crown, but what he truly sought was care. And when it didn't come, he broke. Madness crept in, not as madness often does, wild, erratic, but as a slow erosion of self. Lear wandered the heath, not just in storm, but in sorrow. Rain soaked his skin, and in that rain he found clarity. The crown meant nothing. It never had. What mattered was love, honest, painful, unspoken. Audiences saw the cost of pride, of silence, of failing to say the thing that mattered before it was too late. In Lear, Shakespeare offered no villain, only mistakes, and then Macbeth, a play like Thunder.it began with prophecy, with power promised. A soldier, valiant and respected, hears a whisper from the dark. He listens, he acts, and slowly he descends, not because he was evil, but because he believed he deserved more. Macbeth's story was one of ambition, but also guilt. As he moved forward, his soul pulled back. Every gain brought a loss. Every throne brought blood. He saw daggers in dreams. He washed hands that would not come clean. His wife, too, was drawn in strong, sharp, and slowly unraveling. Her sleep was filled with stains only she could see. Together they ruled. Together they fell. These three plays Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth were not stories of evil. They were stories of wounds. Wounds carried, wounds caused, wounds ignored. Shakespeare had stopped writing for the applause. He was now writing to understand. The poet's depth deepens by now. Shakespeare's work had changed completely. The clever wordplay, the playful disguises, the romantic misunderstandings, they still appeared, but their heart had shifted. He was no longer interested in tidy endings or polished verse alone. He was exploring what it meant to be alive. His writing had grown darker, yes, but also truer. It was full of pauses, of contradictions. His characters weren't symbols. They were people, and they did not always know why they did what they did. The themes became questions. What is justice? What is truth? What is love when it asks us to wait or to lose or to let go? In Measure for Measure, he played with mercy and law. In Troilus and Cressida, with war and faith. In each play, he asked but never told. He trusted his audience to feel, not to be told what to feel. Even the structure of his plays became more fluid. Time blurred. Dreams entered. Ghosts lingered. Madness became not a plot twist, but a reflection of a world that didn't make sense. This was not a man showing off skill. It was a man stripping everything down, searching, reaching, and in doing so, he touched something universal. People saw in his stories their own lives' quiet fears, unspoken regrets, the ache of being misunderstood. The world outside the theater was uncertain. Kings changed. Plagues returned. Walls crumbled. Yet within the globe, there was clarity not in answers, but in empathy. Shakespeare didn't pretend to know everything, but he knew how to ask, and that, perhaps, is what made these middle years his finest. He let his writing breathe. He let it be broken. And in that brokenness, there was truth. Audiences transformed. Theater had always been a place of laughter, of gathering, of release. But now, under Shakespeare's golden quill, it became something else, something deeper. People no longer came only to be entertained. They came to feel, to reckon, to remember. As the final words of Hamlet rang out, silence followed, not because the play was over, but because something inside the audience had shifted. They sat with it, let it echo. When Othello fell to his knees, some wept, not for the loss of a hero, but for how easily love can be wounded by lies. When King Lear cradled the lifeless body of Cordelia, there was no applause. Only the hush of hearts recognizing sorrow, and in Macbeth, as the last candle dimmed and the forest came to Dunsinane, the theater felt smaller, heavier, as if everyone carried something out with them. Shakespeare's plays no longer existed only on the stage. They followed people home, into their kitchens, into their quiet moments. His words lingered, not just the famous ones, but the quiet ones, the ones said in pain. In truth, he had taught his audience that stories are not escapes. They are mirrors, and those who once came for distraction now came for connection, for understanding, for the strange comfort of knowing that even in tragedy there is recognition. Shakespeare had not just written plays. He had written experience. And those who watched them were never quite the same after as the globe filled night after night. As candles burned low and words floated into the sky, something remarkable had happened. A man with a quill had changed the way people listened, and in doing so, he changed the way they lived. Sonnets in the shadows, secrets of the heart, beyond the stage, beyond the footlights and the crowded playhouses, William Shakespeare left something quieter behind. Not shouted through a theater, but whispered across paper. These were his. Sonnets, 154 of them. Small in size, yet vast in feeling. Each one a window, each line a breath. They weren't meant for crowds. They spoke to one, maybe two people at a time. And even now, centuries later, they read like secrets, confessions wrapped in rhyme. In the sonnets, Shakespeare explored what it meant to be human without needing costumes or characters. He wrote of love not only its light, but its weight. Of time not only how it passed, but how it bruised. Of beauty not only what it looked like, but how it faded. Some sonnets praised youth, glowing and golden. Others traced lines of worry through the passing years. Some begged for forgiveness. Others stood still, lost in silence. There was no single theme, no single voice. Just a man writing what he dared not say aloud, and like his plays, where kings rose and fell and ghosts wandered, the sonnets stayed. Close. They moved slowly. They stayed indoors. They sat in the corners of rooms and stared at the light. Reading them feels like listening through a keyhole, not to scandal, but to truth. They don't offer answers. They offer reflection. Each sonnet is a moment captured, a thought held just long enough to be written. Some were likely written for someone real. Others may have been shaped for art's sake. But each carries emotion as its anchor. When Shakespeare speaks of loss, the grief is not borrowed. When he speaks of beauty, the eye is not false, they aren't perfect. And that's what makes them powerful. They tremble a little, like hands that have written too long. They're not always clear. They don't always close. But they feel deeply, always, and while they number only 154. They cover what lifetimes struggle to say about longing, about memory, about the strange balance between hope and surrender. They are not echoes of his plays. They are their own world. And in that world, Shakespeare's voice is quieter, closer, and more vulnerable than ever before. The fair youth and the dark lady among the sonnets, two figures appear again and again. Not by name, not clearly, but as shadows and shapes half lit by emotion, never fully revealed. The first is often called the fair youth. He appears early in the sequence, described with a gentleness that surprises. His features are lovely, almost glowing. But it's not just admiration. There's something deeper, more complex. Shakespeare's tone toward him is tender, but also troubled. It's the kind of love that aches, even as it warms. In sonnet after sonnet, Shakespeare encourages this young man to preserve his beauty by having children, to live on through generations. But the words suggest something else, to a desire to capture time, to fight its fading, to say, you matter. Stay, their connection, whatever it was, feels real. Not dramatic, not staged, just raw. There's joy, but also jealousy. There's admiration, but also distance. Whoever the fair youth was, he left a mark that poetry alone could not erase. Later in the sequence comes the dark lady. Her presence is different, stormier, sharper. She is not described in idealized beauty. She is not a goddess. She is flawed, and perhaps because of that, more real. Shakespeare writes of her with passion, with bitterness, with hunger. Their relationship, as it appears in the sonnets, is tangled. There's desire, but also betrayal. There's connection, but also chaos. The tone swings from love to anger, from tenderness to resentment. And through it all, she stays unnamed, unclaimed. Some scholars have guessed at their identities. Names have been proposed, timelines drawn, but none of it has brought certainty. And maybe that's for the best, because the sonnets aren't about who they were. They're about what they meant. These to the fair youth and the dark lady are not characters. They are reflections of love that cannot settle, of longing that does not quiet, of the way people enter our lives and never fully leave. They are the threads that bind the sonnets together. And even as the poems age, those threads still shimmer. Time. As the great thief of all the themes in the sonnets, none runs deeper than time. It's not a backdrop, it's a force, a presence, a thief that touches everything. Shakespeare returns to it again and again, not with fear, but with fascination. He sees time not only as what carries us forward, but as what takes things away. Beauty, youth, love, all of them slip through its hands. In some sonnets, he tries to fight it. He urges the fair youth to have children, to pass on his likeness, to build a legacy stronger than wrinkles or memory. In others, he turns to poetry itself as a kind of shield. So long as men can breathe, he writes, or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. It's a promise that words can outlive flesh. That feeling once captured cannot be undone, but even in that hope there is sadness. Shakespeare knows that no rhyme, no line can stop the clock. Time moves. It always moves. And it moves things away from us. In other sonnets, he does not resist time. He watches it, studies it, describes how it wears down mountains, how it silvers hair, How it dulls laughter, yet there is beauty in this too. Time, in Shakespeare's eyes, is cruel, but it is also honest. It reveals what matters. It tests love. It humbles pride. Sometimes he speaks of it gently, as if walking beside a friend he cannot keep up with. Other times he challenges it, daring it to erase what he's written, daring it to win, but always time remains the silent thread, woven through joy and sorrow alike. That be why naming it by writing of it. Shakespeare does not stop time, but he does make it visible. And in doing so, he allows us to hold it, if only for a moment, in our hands. The sonnets endure. When the sonnets were first published in 1609, it was not by Shakespeare's own hand. The collection was released by a man named Thomas Thorpe, and scholars still wonder whether it had the poet's blessing. But even without his signature, the sonnets found their way into the world. They were different from his plays. Smaller, quieter, less celebrated at first. Yet over time they grew, not in size, but in meaning. People turned to them in quiet moments, not for entertainment, but for reflection. Today, they are among the most cherished verses in the English language, not because they explain, but because they understand. They meet us where we are, in grief, in love, in uncertainty. They have become a kind of diary, not of events, but of emotion. Each sonnet is a page from the heart. Together, they form a record of what it means to want, to wait, to wonder. There is no plot to the sonnets, no beginning, no end. Just a voice that sometimes trembles, sometimes sings, a voice that reaches across centuries and speaks. In words we still understand, and so the sonnets endure, not as monuments, but as mirrors. Each time they are read, they show something new, not about Shakespeare, but about ourselves. They remind us that feeling deeply is not a weakness, that longing is not something to hide, that even the greatest minds have questions they cannot answer, and perhaps that is their true gift. They do not offer closure. They offer connection. In the shadows of the stage, behind the echo of applause, they remain still whispering, still wondering, still here. The Queen in the stage, Elizabeth's patronage, in the flickering candlelight of courtly halls, where courtiers stood in hushed rows and velvet swept polished floors, one woman often sat still, regal, watchful, enthroned. Queen Elizabeth. I, the Virgin Queen, the daughter of Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, had a mind both sharp and theatrical. She understood spectacle. She understood words, and so, when William Shakespeare's plays reached her, they did more than entertain. They resonated. Elizabeth saw reflections of herself in his work, in the queens who ruled with both grace and grit, in the rebels who walked the edge of treason, and in the fools who dared to speak hard truths with a smile. She recognized the dance between power and performance because she lived it daily, though records are few and whispers scarce. It's clear that Shakespeare's work found its way into the royal gaze. Performances were held at court. Actors summoned to palace chambers. The Lord Chamberlain's men, Shakespeare's company, performed. Often before the Queen, especially during festive seasons. A tea was an unusual closeness. For a playwright to reach such an audience was rare. But Shakespeare's genius was not just in what he wrote, it was in what he withheld. He understood that truth needed a veil, that honesty could be sharper when dressed in fiction. In Elizabeth's presence, his plays took on new weight. When Henry IV unspooled its story of kings and wayward sons, it was not just history, it was a parable. When Twelfth Night played with gender and disguise, it nodded gently toward a monarch who ruled without husband or heir. Elizabeth, for her part, admired more than just his stories. She admired his restraint, his wit, his understanding of boundaries. She lived in a time when words could be dangerous, when playwrights could be punished for too much honesty. And yet, Shakespeare managed to walk the tightrope, bold, but respectful, clear, but careful. She saw a craftsman at work. But more than that, she saw a mirror not perfect, but polished enough to catch a glimpse of her own rule. And as she aged, as the pageants of youth gave way to the quiet of twilight, Shakespeare's plays seemed to deepen too. They grew more thoughtful, more uncertain. In a way, the theater and the crown moved together, side by side, navigating power carefully. The late 1500s and early 1600s were not gentle times for artists. England, though vibrant with ideas, was a country guarded by strict censorship. The crown feared rebellion. The church feared heresy. And the people, well, they feared being heard in the wrong tone, by the wrong ears. In this world, a playwright had to be more than creative. He had to be careful. Shakespeare understood this well. His pen moved with awareness. He never named Elizabeth directly. He never wrote plays that openly criticized her court. And yet, his work was rich with commentary, just veiled enough to slip past the censors, just sharp enough to stir the soul. He used history as his armor. In telling stories of ancient Rome or medieval England, he could explore modern fears, power, betrayal, legitimacy. These were not just past concerns, they were present and pressing. Take Julius Caesar, for example, a play about political murder, ambition, and unrest. When it was performed shortly after the Queen survived a real-life assassination attempt, its echoes were loud. But Shakespeare never pointed. He let the parallels speak quietly, and that perhaps made them even louder. In Richard II, he wrote of a king deposed. In one famous scene, the king gives up his crown not with rage, but with sorrow. The moment was so moving that years later, when rebels wanted to stir action against Elizabeth, they paid for that very scene to be performed. The power of theater. Wielded with precision, yet Shakespeare was never caught in scandal. He never crossed the line. His genius lay in knowing where it was and how to dance along it. This balance kept him not just alive, but admired. His company received royal support. His plays continued to be staged. And while others fell to punishment or exile, he remained safe in his subtlety. In a world where words could wound or uplift a nation, Shakespeare wrote with a feather's touch soft, but never weak. He used metaphor like armor, and story like a shield. He did not flatter blindly. He did not shout. He whispered. And those whispers were heard. National identity through drama. Elizabeth's reign was about more than politics. It was about image and story. She presented herself as both mother and monarch, as protector and icon. And around her, a national identity began to form. In this, Shakespeare's histories played a key role. They weren't just entertainment. They were lessons, mirrors, myths. Through plays like Henry IV, Henry V, and Richard III, he traced the arcs of England's past, not always faithfully, but always powerfully. He painted kings as flawed, noble, petty, brave. He showed civil wars as tragic, not just political. He made heroes out of common soldiers and wisdom out of J. Esther's. In Henry V, the young king grows into leadership. He walks among his troops in disguise, seeking their thoughts. On the eve of battle, he speaks not like a ruler, but like a man. We happy few, he says, we band of brothers, a line that centuries later still stirs hearts. Shakespeare's England was not perfect, but it was proud. It was capable of greatness. It was human, and in telling its stories, he gave the people something to hold on to. A sense of continuity, a sense of place. His history plays weren't about dates or battles. They were about character, about the way people rise and fall, about how a crown can weigh more than it shines. These dramas helped shape how England saw itself as a nation forged not only by kings, but by choices, by costs, by change. Elizabeth, ever aware of symbolism, must have seen the value. In letting these plays flourish, she allowed a kind of gentle patriotism to grow, one that didn't demand, but invited. And as audiences filled the globe, as laughter rose and silence fell, something subtle happened. People weren't just watching history, they were becoming part of it. The end of a reign in 1603, after 45 years on the throne, Queen Elizabeth died. The Virgin Queen, the last Tudor monarch, passed quietly, leaving behind a nation. Uncertain of its future, her death marked more than the end of a life. It marked the end of an era, one of balance, of grace, of a golden age carefully maintained. And with her passing, the stage shifted too. The new king, James I, brought with him different tastes, different fears. Where Elizabeth had smiled at subtlety, James demanded clarity. Where she had encouraged performance, he enforced conformity. The arts were still supported, but the atmosphere changed. For Shakespeare, this meant adaptation. His later plays grew darker, more introspective. Measure for Measure, Cymbeline, The Winter's Tale, these were stories less about grandeur and more about redemption, about brokenness, and the hope of repair. The tone was quieter, sometimes heavier. Gone was the crisp energy of earlier comedies. In its place came layered emotion, complex forgiveness, and deep, sometimes aching, reflection. It's tempting to see these changes as echoes of the national mood. England under James was less certain of itself. The thrill of the Armada victory had faded. New tensions stirred. Old alliances wavered. The stage, like the nation, seemed to pause. Still, Shakespeare wrote on, until around 1613, when his name faded from new scripts. He had given the world comedies, tragedies, sonnets, and myths. He had written for queens, and for commoners. And through it all, he had kept listening to power, to silence, to the beating heart of England. With Elizabeth's death, the world he wrote for was gone. But what he wrote remained. Her favor had shielded him. Her reign had shaped him. And their stories, hers of rule, his of reflection, had become intertwined. And so, as the curtain slowly fell on the Elizabethan stage, a new story began. One where Shakespeare's voice remained, even as the world changed, a voice shaped by a queen and made timeless by a stage. The queen in the stage Elizabeth's patronage, in the flickering candlelight of courtly halls, where courtiers stood in hushed rows and velvet-swept polished floors, one woman often sat still regal, watchful, enthroned. Queen Elizabeth. I, the Virgin Queen, the daughter of Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, had a mind both sharp and theatrical. She understood spectacle. She understood words, and so, when William Shakespeare's plays reached her, they did more than entertain. They resonated. Elizabeth saw reflections of herself in his work, in the queens who ruled with both grace and grit, in the rebels who walked the edge of treason, and in the fools who dared to speak hard truths with a smile. She recognized the dance between power and performance because she lived it daily, though records are few and whispers scarce. It's clear that Shakespeare's work found its way into the royal gaze. Performances were held at court. Actors summoned to palace chambers. The Lord Chamberlain's men, Shakespeare's company, performed. Often before the Queen, especially during festive seasons. A tea was an unusual closeness. For a playwright to reach such an audience was rare. But Shakespeare's genius was not just in what he wrote, it was in what he withheld. He understood that truth needed a veil, that honesty could be sharper when dressed in fiction. In Elizabeth's presence, his plays took on new weight. When Henry IV unspooled its story of kings and wayward sons, it was not just history, it was a parable. When Twelfth Night played with gender and disguise, it nodded gently toward a monarch who ruled without husband or heir. Elizabeth, for her part, admired more than just his stories. She admired his restraint, his wit, his understanding of boundaries. She lived in a time when words could be dangerous, when playwrights could be punished for too much honesty. And yet, Shakespeare managed to walk the tightrope, bold, but respectful, clear, but careful. She saw a craftsman at work. But more than that, she saw a mirror not perfect, but polished enough to catch a glimpse of her own rule. And as she aged, as the pageants of youth gave way to the quiet of twilight, Shakespeare's plays seemed to deepen too. They grew more thoughtful, more uncertain. In a way, the theater and the crown moved together, side by side, navigating power carefully. The late 1500s and early 1600s were not gentle times for artists. England, though vibrant with ideas, was a country guarded by strict censorship. The crown feared rebellion. The church feared heresy. And the people, well, they feared being heard in the wrong tone, by the wrong ears. In this world, a playwright had to be more than creative. He had to be careful. Shakespeare understood this well. His pen moved with awareness. He never named Elizabeth directly. He never wrote plays that openly criticized her court. And yet, his work was rich with commentary. just veiled enough to slip past the censors, just sharp enough to stir the soul. He used history as his armor. In telling stories of ancient Rome or medieval England, he could explore modern fears. Power, betrayal, legitimacy. These were not just past concerns, they were present and pressing. Take Julius Caesar, for example, a play about political murder, ambition, and unrest. When it was performed shortly after the Queen survived a real-life assassination attempt, its echoes were loud. But Shakespeare never pointed. He let the parallels speak quietly, and that perhaps made them even louder. In Richard II, he wrote of a king deposed. In one famous scene, the king gives up his crown not with rage, but with sorrow. The moment was so moving that years later, when rebels wanted to stir action against Elizabeth, they paid for that very scene to be performed. The power of theater. Wielded with precision, yet Shakespeare was never caught in scandal. He never crossed the line. His genius lay in knowing where it was and how to dance along it. This balance kept him not just alive, but admired. His company received royal support. His plays continued to be staged. And while others fell to punishment or exile, he remained safe in his subtlety. In a world where words could wound or uplift a nation, Shakespeare wrote with a feather's touch soft, but never weak. He used metaphor like armor and story. Like a shield, he did not flatter blindly. He did not shout. He whispered. And those whispers were heard. National identity through drama. Elizabeth's reign was about more than politics. It was about image and story. She presented herself as both mother and monarch, as protector and icon. And around her, a national identity began to form. In this, Shakespeare's histories played a key role. They weren't just entertainment. They were lessons, mirrors, myths. Through plays like Henry IV, Henry V, and Richard III, he traced the arcs of England's past, not always faithfully, but always powerfully. He painted kings as flawed, noble, petty, brave. He showed civil wars as tragic, not just political. He made heroes out of common soldiers and wisdom out of J. Esther's. In Henry V, the young king grows into leadership. He walks among his troops in disguise, seeking their thoughts. On the eve of battle, he speaks not like a ruler, but like a man. We few, we happy few, he says, we band of brothers, a line that, centuries later, still stirs hearts. Shakespeare's England was not perfect, but it was proud. It was capable of greatness. It was human, and in telling its stories, he gave the people something to hold on to. A sense of continuity, a sense of place. His history plays weren't about dates or battles. They were about character, about the way people rise and fall, about how a crown can weigh more than it shines. These dramas helped shape how England saw itself as a nation forged not only by kings, but by choices, by costs, by change. Elizabeth, ever aware of symbolism, must have seen the value. In letting these plays flourish, she allowed a kind of gentle patriotism to grow, one that didn't demand, but invited. And as audiences filled the globe, as laughter rose and silence fell, something subtle happened. People weren't just watching history, they were becoming part of it. The end of a reign in 1603, after 45 years on the throne, Queen Elizabeth I died. The Virgin Queen, the last Tudor monarch, passed quietly, leaving behind a nation. Uncertain of its future, her death marked more than the end of a life. It marked the end of an era. One of balance, of grace, of a golden age carefully maintained, and with her passing, the stage shifted to the new king, James I, brought with him different tastes, different fears. Where Elizabeth had smiled at subtlety, James demanded clarity. Where she had encouraged performance, he enforced conformity. The arts were still supported, but the atmosphere changed. For Shakespeare, this meant adaptation. His later plays grew darker, more introspective. Measure for Measure, Cymbeline, The Winter's Tale, these were stories less about grandeur and more about redemption, about brokenness and the hope of repair. The tone was quieter, sometimes heavier. Gone was the crisp energy of earlier comedies. In its place came layered emotion, complex forgiveness, and deep, sometimes aching, reflection. It's tempting to see these changes as echoes of the national mood. England under James was less certain of itself. The thrill of the Armada victory had faded. New tensions stirred. Old alliances wavered. The stage, like the nation, seemed to pause. Still, Shakespeare wrote on, until around 1613, when his name faded from new scripts. He had given the world comedies, tragedies, sonnets, and myths. He had written for queens and for commoners. And through it all, he had kept listening to power, to silence, to the beating heart of England. With Elizabeth's death, the world he wrote for was gone. But what he wrote remained. Her favor had shielded him. Her reign had shaped him. And their stories, hers of rule, his of reflection, had become intertwined. And so, as the curtain slowly fell on the Elizabethan stage, a new story began. One where Shakespeare's voice remained, even as the world changed, a voice shaped by a queen and made timeless by a stage. The Winter's Stage late romances and reconciliation. By the time Shakespeare reached the final stretch of his writing life, the tone of his stories began to shift. The sharp edges of his tragedies, once so vivid and dark, softened into something quieter, something slower. His later plays didn't begin with joy or end in sorrow. Instead, they began in loss and ended in healing. This was a new kind of storytelling. A season of winter plays, not in coldness, but in wisdom. In these scripts, the frost was still there, but it melted, plays like The Winter's Tale. Cymbeline and Pericles all follow a similar path. They begin with pain, with betrayal, with wrongs too heavy to bear. But then, as time passes not quickly, but patiently, something begins to change. Grief doesn't disappear, but it softens. Love doesn't solve everything, but it remains. There is no grand celebration, but there is peace. In The Winter's Tale, a king accuses his wife of unfaithfulness. His jealousy destroys his family. His child is abandoned. Time passes. Seasons shift. Years unfold in silence. And then, unexpectedly, tenderly, what was broken begins to mend. A lost daughter is found. A statue comes to life. The past isn't undone, but it's forgiven. In Cymbeline, war and betrayal twist through the plot, but the story doesn't end in revenge. It ends in recognition of family, of love, of the strange way life circles back. In Pericles, a man loses everything: his wife, his daughter, his direction. The sea takes him. The years take more. But eventually, the waves return him to what he lost. There is no joy without pain, but there is reunion. These plays feel different from the bold tragedies or witty comedies that came before. They are quieter, more patient, less about triumph and more about transformation. Time in these stories is no longer just a setting. It is a character. First cruel, then kind. It separates, but it also heals. It wears things down, and sometimes, gently, it brings them back. This was Shakespeare's late voice. Not softer in strength, but in spirit. He had seen enough of ambition, of war, of kings who rose and fell. Now he was writing about something else, not endings, but new beginnings, the magic of the tempest. And then there was the Tempest Day, story unlike anything Shakespeare had written before. A play of storms, of islands, of spirits, of control, and finally of letting go. The tale begins with chaos. A shipwreck, thunder crashing, waves lifting and pulling a group of travelers toward an island ruled not by a king, but by a magician. Prospero, the central figure, isn't just powerful, he's weary. He once held a noble title, but was betrayed. Now he commands the winds and speaks to invisible beings. He has studied, waited, and plotted, but beneath his robes there's something softer. A father, a man nearing the end of his purpose. The island isn't just a place. It's a stage. Everything that happens there, the illusions, the tests, the revelations, is part of something deeper. A farewell, not just from Prospero, but from Shakespeare himself. As the play unfolds, we see the old patterns: betrayal, power, love, but with new direction. Prospero does not seek revenge. He seeks resolution. He arranges forgiveness. He sets his enemies free. He releases his servants. He forgives his brother, and then, at the end, he lets go. In his final speech, Prospero speaks directly to the audience. He lays down his magic. He asks for release. And in that moment, it is hard not to hear Shakespeare's own voice. Tired, gentle, grateful. It was as if he had conjured one last world filled with dreams and echoes, and now, having finished, he was ready to return to silence. The tempest is short, simple almost, but within it lies deep beauty. It doesn't roar. It drifts, like mist, like a farewell whispered over still water. A tea reminds us that magic, once shared, must also end. That even the most powerful figures, kings, wizards, writers, must step down. But before he did, Shakespeare gave us one last vision. A storm that didn't destroy. An island that didn't imprison. A story that didn't close, but calmed fathers and daughters in these late romances. A new pattern rises again and again. the bond between fathers and daughters. It appears with quiet strength, as if something long hidden in Shakespeare's heart had come to the surface. In earlier plays, families were often fractured by ambition, jealousy, or misjudgment. But here, in these final works, we see them searching for each other, yearning not just for answers, but for presence. The Winter's Tale centers on a king who believes his daughter has died. Years later, he finds her not as a child, but as a young woman radiant with grace. He sees her, and in her face recognizes the years he lost. In Pericles, a father is separated from his infant daughter by storm and chance. He mourns her without knowing her fate. When they are finally reunited, he cannot speak. He thinks she is a vision. And when he realizes she is real, the silence between them is more powerful than any speech. These moments aren't grand. They're gentle, but they carry deep emotional weight. Perhaps Shakespeare, older now, was reflecting on his own life. His own daughter, Susanna, was grown. His son, Hamnet, had died many years earlier. The world he once wrote about, filled with courtships and young lovers, had given way to something quieter. Now, the stories were about memory, about absence and return, about the strength found not in youth, but in forgiveness. The daughters in these plays are not rescued. They are strong. They are the light that leads fathers out of sorrow. They are the ones who wait and welcome. These reunions are not about fixing the past. They're about honoring it, about recognizing what was lost and what still remains. In these late plays, family isn't perfect, but it matters. It heals, and through these characters, Shakespeare left behind something that feels closer to real life than ever before. The simple, quiet joy of being together again, a gentle closing curtain. By the end of his writing years, Shakespeare had moved far from the sharp swords of Macbeth or the cold calculations of Iago. His pen no longer carved through conflict. It sketched softer lines. These final plays, The Winter's Tale, Cymbeline, Pericles, The Tempest, they don't end with applause. They end with breath, with stillness, with peace. The endings aren't perfect. They don't erase grief. They don't restore everything. But they offer something just as rare, a sense of balance. The lost are found. The angry forgive. The broken stay broken, but are held with care. Shakespeare's last act was not a cry. It was a sigh. He stepped back not in triumph, but in tenderness. There are no records of his final years spent writing. No letters describing why he chose these themes. But the plays speak clearly. They speak of a man who had seen enough sorrow to write truthfully about hope. Not naive hope, but quiet, weathered hope. After the tempest, no new plays came from his hand. His name no longer appeared in company records. It was as if he had finished his story and was ready to listen. Instead, he returned to Stratford, to his family, to silence, but his words remained, floating gently through time. Still reaching us, these late romances remind us that even after hardship, kindness can grow. That stories don't need to end with victory. They can end with understanding. And in that soft, closing curtain, Shakespeare left us his truest message, that time may take much, but it can also return something. That love, though tested, endures, and that the final lines of a story can be the quietest ones, and still carry the deepest truth. The man behind the words, Shakespeare the son, husband and father, long before the applause, the printed pages, and the echo of his name across centuries, William Shakespeare began life in a small, quiet town, Stratford-upon-Avon, nestled. Along the gentle river Avon was where he was born in 1564, and where he would one day return not as a boy, but as a man who had shaped the soul of English literature. Stratford was more than just birthplace. It was his beginning, his boundary, and his end. Though much of his adult life unfolded in the fast pulse of London, his soul seemed always tethered to the quieter rhythms of home. His father, John Shakespeare, was a glove maker by trade, a man of ambition, known in the town. His mother, Mary Arden, came from a family rooted in the land. Together, they gave William a home that balanced the craftsman's dust with the farmer's soil. As Shakespeare's fame grew, so too did his investments in Stratford. In 1597, at the height of his career, he purchased New Place, the second largest house in town. It was solid, quiet, and permanent, a place not just for shelter, but for presence. A declaration that while his words danced across the stages of London, his roots stayed planted in this town. He returned often, for family, for stillness, for something simpler than the city's constant stage. New Place became his anchor, and Stratford, his circle. He walked its lanes not as a legend, but as a neighbor. He paid local taxes, bought grain, stood in the same church where he was baptized. He wasn't just the man who wrote Kings, he was the man who came home. In later years, after his writing slowed, Stratford became more than a retreat. It became his world. It was where he watched his daughters grow, where he buried his son, where he aged quietly as the world changed around him. For a man whose words roamed so far, his heart remained close. Stratford didn't inspire the settings of his plays. It didn't echo in his characters, but it held him. And when the final curtain lowered, it was there not London that cradled his final breath, his family and their absences. At just 18, Shakespeare married Anne Hathaway, a woman 8 years his senior. She lived in a nearby village, and not much else is known with certainty. Their marriage license was rushed. Their first child, Susanna, was born 6 months later. 2 years after Susanna, twins arrived, Hamnet and Judith, and then the records go quiet and stayed in Stratford. William, for reasons not written, left for London, a playwright rising, a husband distant. Their marriage, even now, remains a mystery. There are no love letters, no diary entries, no whispered reflections, just absence, but the most profound silence surrounds Hamnet, Shakespeare's only son, who died in 1596 at just 11 years old. The loss was never spoken of in writing, not in letters, not in dedications, not in verse, and yet the plays from that time grow heavier. Hamlet appears shortly after, a name only a letter removed from Hamnet, a prince grieving his father, or Perhaps a father grieving a son silently, in disguise. Later, King John would feature a child who dies too young. In Macbeth, a line slips through. He has no children, simple, weighty. It hangs like a breath unspoken, grief shaped his. Work not with loud cries, but with shadows, and remained in Stratford for the rest of her life. When Shakespeare bought New Place, she moved in. But he continued his life in London, only returning more permanently near the end. Their relationship, like so much of his personal life, defies easy telling. Some say he loved her quietly. Others claim distance. When he died, he left her his second-best bed. To modern ears, it might sound cold, but in Elizabethan tradition, the best bed was for guests. The second best was theirs shared, remembered. His daughters, Susanna and Judith, both married. Susanna lived a steady life. Judith's marriage was more troubled. He lived long enough to see their paths begin. And perhaps in his later plays, the theme of fathers and daughters finding each other reflects more than fiction. The absences in Shakespeare's life do not feel like voids. They feel like weight carried gently, but deeply. He never shouted his sorrow, but he wrote around it, and in those circles, his grief still speaks, the letters that don't exist for all that we know of Shakespeare's words. We know almost nothing of his voice. There are no surviving letters written in his hand, no journals, no notes to friends, no written instructions to actors, no reflections, no memories, not a single love poem addressed to a real person that bears his signature. With certainty, it's as if he left behind only the echo of what he chose to show, never the shadow of the man himself. This absence leaves space. Space for mystery, for speculation, for scholars to wonder, who was he really? We have legal documents, property records, contracts, witness signatures. But these show us only the frame of a man, never the face. All we are left with are the plays and poems, artfully shaped, carefully constructed. And yet, within them, small fingerprints appear. A tenderness in the way he writes older fathers, a sorrow in his reflections on time, a weariness in his later words, where even the clowns carry a kind of wisdom. There's a scene in The Tempest where Prospero, a magician, gives up his power. He breaks his staff, drowns his book, and asks the audience to set him free with their. Applause.it reads like farewell. Was that Shakespeare's own goodbye? A whispered line, written not as himself, but through the mask of another. We may never know, and perhaps that's how he wanted it. In a world now so crowded with voices, with opinions, with too much said, and not enough felt, Shakespeare's silence feels like a kind of grace. He let his characters speak. He let his ideas move through fiction. And when he had finished, he stepped aside quietly. A private man in a public world, Shakespeare lived during a time when fame was rising. Playwrights were beginning to be known, named, and sometimes adored. His name appeared on playbills in poems, and eventually on the title pages of published works. He was successful, recognized, admired in court, on stage, and among his peers. But personally, He remained a shadow dot, and no paintings of him are known to have been made in his lifetime with certainty. The famous image we now associate with him, high forehead, trimmed beard, composed eyes, is posthumous. Perhaps close, but still imagined. He gave no public interviews, no manifestos. He never traveled far, never served in court, never led a movement. He wasn't a revolutionary. He wasn't even, in the end, an urban man. His London years were spent mostly in quiet industry, writing, rehearsing, managing the theater. He co-owned shares in the Globe. He knew the business of storytelling, not just its craft, and yet, in all this, he left almost no personal mark, no scandal, no confession. His fame grew, but he remained by all accounts humble, focused, elusive. He retired to Stratford before the age of 50, bought land, managed his estate, wrote less, perhaps watched the Avon River change with the seasons, perhaps listened to the wind in the orchard, perhaps sat beside the fire and let the quiet speak. When he died in 1616, his passing was noted, but not widely mourned. No great public ceremony, just a grave in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church near the altar, where he had been baptized. Above him, a short inscription. Below his bones, that was it, and yet from that quiet life came a voice that now echoes across every stage, every screen, every classroom. Perhaps that's the greatest mystery of all, that a man so silent, so private, so ordinary in appearance, gave the world so many voices, so much feeling, so much humanity, a man behind the words, almost hidden, but never lost. Death and Dust, Shakespeare's final days, in April of 1616. In the quiet town of Stratford-upon-Avon, William Shakespeare prepared to leave the world. There was no final performance, no grand farewell, just the slowing of breath in a home that had watched him age in silence. At the age of 52, Shakespeare died not in the theater or beneath a cascade of praise, but in the house he had bought years before New Place, the same house where he had returned after a life of writing, of performance, of imagining other people's stories. His own final chapter unfolded slowly, quietly. Behind familiar walls, he left behind a will handwritten, 3 pages long, full of practical decisions and quiet intentions. It was a document of detail, not poetry, not one line of verse, not one flourish of farewell. Most famously, he left his second-best bed to Anne, his wife. Just that. No elaborate words, no love letter tucked inside. For centuries, scholars have debated what that phrase meant. Was it slight or sentiment, dismissal or affection? In Elizabethan households, the best bed was often reserved for guests. The second best was the marital bed, the bed shared, worn into by years. If that's the case, perhaps it was a gesture of memory, not of insult. To his daughter Susanna, he left most of his estate. To his other daughter, Judith, he left smaller gifts, structured with care. He named friends, neighbors, business associates. Not grand gestures, just acknowledgments. He thought about his possessions, his property, his family. But in the will, there is little about the art he gave the world. No mention of plays, of books, of the Globe Theatre. No parting wisdom. Just signatures and seals. It's a quiet ending for someone whose words shaped so much of what the world would become. But maybe, by then, he had already said all he needed to, and maybe, for a man so careful with language, silence was the truest final word. The end of writing the years leading up to Shakespeare's death did not carry the same fevered creativity as those that came before. The great tragedies had already been written. The late romances had played their final chords. What remained was a soft echo and the gesture of collaboration. In his last known works, Shakespeare did not write alone. He co-authored plays with a younger man, John Fletcher. Together, they shaped the two noble kinsmen, and possibly Henry VIII. These plays still carry his rhythm, but not fully. His voice weaves in and out subtle, restrained. Some say this shift was due to fading strength, that illness or age had slowed his pen. Others see generosity a passing of the torch, a quiet mentoring, a way to stay part of the theater. While stepping away from its weight, he no longer wrote the sweeping monologues, the tangled soliloquies, the biting wit that once filled his scripts. Instead, his words became more measured, shorter, sometimes lighter. A man not building a new world, but tending to the last corners of the old one. These collaborations were likely among his final gifts to the stage. He did not try to write a grand farewell. There was no final play, no final act marked as such, but in The Tempest, written just before these collaborations, Prospero's farewell still lingers. Our revels now are ended. It is a line that feels more like Shakespeare's own than any he wrote after .by the time he left London. The Globe still stood, but his place in it had shifted. He had become a name, not a presence. A figure remembered, not seen. A writer whose greatest work was already behind him. There is something peaceful in that. A quiet stepping away. Not with noise, but with stillness, he had given the world its stories. And then he had let it go on without him. Burial and tombstone verse on April 23, 1616, the day now believed to be his birthday, William Shakespeare. Died. He was buried 2 days later in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church in Stratford, the same church where he had been baptized, the same space that had witnessed the beginnings of his life, now became his final resting place. The location of his grave, so close to the altar, was unusual, reserved most often for those of rank or deep parish TIs. Shakespeare had neither a noble title nor a grand court position. But by then, he was something else entirely, a man whose name had quietly reached the ears of kings and commoners alike. Beneath the stone lies the man. Above it, a simple warning carved in verse. Good friend, for Jesus' sake forbear to dig the dust enclosed here. Blessed be the man that spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones. It's a short epitaph. Rhymed. Rustic. Strange, some believe Shakespeare wrote it himself. A final piece of verse, not for performance, but protection. Grave robbing was not uncommon in the 1600s. Skulls were collected. Bones were moved. But Shakespeare, ever cautious, seemed to anticipate this even from beyond the grave. To this day, his grave has never been formally disturbed. The warning, it seems, was enough. There is no grand monument at the site, no towering statue, just a flat stone, weathered. Etched with care, nearby, a bust was placed, a likeness of the writer holding a quill, not drawn from life, but shaped. By memory, visitors come quietly. They stand before the stone. They read the verse. They do not speak, because what could be said that he hadn't already said better? The world moves on after Shakespeare died. The world did not stop. The Globe Theatre still echoed with voices. Actors still performed. The court welcomed new plays, new playwrights, new laughter. The London crowd still gathered. They still leaned forward, still clapped, still cried. The world moved on because it had to, but something had shifted. Something quieter, something harder to name. In the years that followed, Shakespeare's friends gathered his works. They published the first folio in 1623, 7 years after his death. Without that book, many of his plays would have been lost. There would be no Macbeth, no Julius Caesar, no Twelfth Night to remember. It was not a royal decree, not a national effort, just friends, fellow actors, editors, people who knew what they had shared a stage with. They honored him not with statues, but with pages, and from those pages, his voice returned. But in those first years, after the burial, after the will, after the stone was laid, he faded. He had not died a celebrity. He had not been knighted. There were no poems written in his honor the day after he passed. No great mourning in the streets. His death was quiet, but sometimes the deepest echoes begin in silence. Over time, his words spread through schools, through books, across oceans, into hearts, and now, centuries later, when a curtain rises and someone speaks, to be or not to be, the silence between those words carries a kind of reverence, because though the world moved on, it never moved far from him. It returned again and again to the man who saw the human soul more clearly than most, and in doing so, we remember all stories end. But some endings stay with us, and in that staying, they begin again. The first folio rescuing his words from silence, when William Shakespeare died in 1616, he left behind no carefully ordered manuscript of his life's work. His plays, the very soul of his artistry, existed mostly in the memories of actors. Scraps of playhouse scripts, and a scattering of unauthorized printed editions. These quartos, hastily published and often riddled with errors, were never meant to last. Without a proper collection, the legacy of England's greatest dramatist teetered on the edge of silence. Enter two men, John Hemminges and Henry Condell, not scholars, not publishers, but actors. Friends and colleagues of Shakespeare, they had known the rhythms of his words firsthand. They had spoken his lines on stage, felt the weight of his phrasing, and carried his verses in their bodies like music. When they looked around after his death and saw his play slipping away, they did not shrug. They gathered in 1623, 7 years after Shakespeare's death. The first folio was born a grand, leather-bound collection of 36 plays. Hemminges and Condell, now aging men, took on this enormous task not for profit or fame, but for love. They saw the danger. Without this book, half of Shakespeare's plays might never have survived. There would be no Macbeth, no Julius Caesar, no Twelfth Night, no The Tempest. All of these existed only in the fragile echoes of stage performances. Nowhere else. It was not an easy road. The two men spent years tracking down handwritten scripts, consulting fellow actors, gathering notes from backstage drawers and theater trunks. Some plays had never been printed before. Some had only ever lived in the memories of those who performed them. It was a race against time and decay. They knew every page mattered. What they compiled became more than a collection. It became a monument. And they didn't do it alone. They enlisted printers, publishers, and typesetters to help them shape a volume that would hold not just words, but presence. They even wrote a dedication to Shakespeare's patrons, the Earls of Pembroke and Montgomery, asking readers to remember this man, whose wit can no more die than time can wear out his works. A book for the ages. The first folio was not small. It was a weighty volume, designed with care and printed with reverence. Within its thick covers were 36 plays, 18 of which had never been published before. That means without this one book, half of Shakespeare's dramatic output might have disappeared forever. Among the rescued were Macbeth, Julius Caesar, The Tempest, Twelfth Night, Measure for Measure, and As You Like It. These plays now essential to the world stage were once scattered across London in fragments in the minds of actors and the memories of performances. The folio stitched them back together. It gave them permanence, and yet it was more than just a preservation. The folio offered structure. Hemminges and Condell grouped the plays not by date, but by genre: comedies, histories, tragedies. It was the first time Shakespeare's works were framed this way. That simple act shaped how readers and scholars would understand his writing for centuries to come. Inside the folio, readers also found a portrait of Shakespeare, engraved by Martin Droeshout, a somewhat awkward image, but the only likeness to have been approved by those who actually knew him. And then there were the tributes. Fellow poet Ben Jonson wrote verses to open the book, calling Shakespeare not of an age, but for all time. This wasn't just publishing. It was canonization. The folio didn't merely preserve, it elevated. It said, "These plays matter. These words endure. This man belongs to the ages," and so he did. The first folio became the foundation for nearly every edition of Shakespeare's plays printed afterward. Its influence rippled outward to libraries, to classrooms, to theaters far beyond the city of London. From this single book, the world would come to know the storm on the heath, the murder in the castle, the dreams of a midsummer night, printing in chaos. The making of the first folio was not neat or smooth. In truth, it was born out of chaos. The typesetters working at the Jaggard printing house did not have pristine, uniform scripts to follow. They used a mishmash of sources: stage scripts, actor copies, prompt books, and whatever scraps Hemminges and Condell could salvage. This led to inconsistencies. Sometimes two different versions of the same play existed, one in an earlier quarto, one now in the folio. Lines shifted, names changed. In some scenes, it seems actors had improvised, and those improvisations found their way into print. In others, entire speeches were missing. The printers, though skilled, were under pressure. They set the type by hand, letter by letter, with no digital safety net or spell check. Mistakes crept in. Spelling was irregular. Some lines were repeated, others dropped. Pages had to be reset when errors were found. It took 2 years to complete the printing, yet somehow, through all this imperfection, something remarkable happened. The text that emerged was not sterile or mechanical. It felt alive. It breathed. There's a strange intimacy in the errors, the quirks of layout, the inconsistent spellings. They remind us that this book was made by hands, by people who believed. These words mattered, even when the work was difficult, even when the results were flawed, and that's what makes the first folio so human. It does not present Shakespeare as a distant icon. It captures the living pulse of his plays, full of rhythm, character, humor, and sorrow. The imperfections, far from ruining it, make it feel more real for scholars and actors alike. The folio became a kind of map, a guide to how the plays might have sounded, where the pauses lay, how the verse moved. Even today, some actors insist on using the folio version when preparing for a role. They say it gives them clues, subtle spacing, odd line breaks that help them unlock the performance. What began as a scattered memory became a printed heartbeat, legacy bound in leather. More than 400 years have passed since the first folio was published. Today, it is one of the most treasured books in the English language. Fewer than 250 copies are known to exist. Some are held in libraries, others in museums. A rare few rest in private collections, wrapped in silence and shadow, yet the legacy of the folio is not in its rarity, it's in its reach. Without this single book, our idea of Shakespeare would be incomplete. The Tempest would vanish into wind. Julius Caesar would fade like an unspoken warning. Half the moments we now call iconic would have been lost to time. The folio caught them just before they fell. In binding these plays together, Hemminges and Condell did more than publish. They resurrected. They brought a voice back to life. They stitched together a man's scattered phrases and handed him to the future. Not as a memory, but as a presence. When we open the first folio, we do not just read. We listen. We hear the hush before Hamlet speaks, the rustle of leaves in the forest of Arden, the roar of the storm as Lear howls into the night. All of it somehow survives between two covers, thick with history and breath. Even now, new generations discover Shakespeare through the pages first printed in 1623. Students memorize his soliloquies. Directors restage his battles. Poets echo his rhythms. The folio keeps him near, bound in leather, carried across centuries. The first folio remains one of humanity's quiet miracles, a conversation kept alive across time, and in that silence, between lines, in the turning of its pages, we find not only his voice, but our own. The debate over the Bard authorship and mystery for over 400 years, the world has whispered a question that refuses to fade. Did William Shakespeare truly write the plays that bear his name? He is credited with some of the most profound stories in human history, tales of kings and clowns, murder and magic, love and loss. But to some, the idea that a man from modest roots in Stratford-upon-Avon could craft such masterpieces feels unlikely. This quiet doubt has echoed through time, sometimes loudly, sometimes softly. In the 19th and 20th centuries, it took on new life. Writers, scholars, thinkers, even a few poets began to voice their uncertainties. Among them stood towering names. Mark Twain, with his sharp wit and skepticism, once questioned whether the man from Stratford had the education, the experience, or the exposure to courtly life needed to write Hamlet or King Lear. To Twain, the work sounded too polished, too noble, too steeped in knowledge far beyond grammar school. Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, also expressed doubt. He saw layers in the play's deep psychological insight, emotional complexity, and wondered how a man of simple beginnings could have such access to the inner labyrinths of human desire and fear. Then there were academics who pored over records and found them wanting. Shakespeare's will, they noted, mentioned no books. His surviving letters were few, his handwriting rarely seen. Could this really be the man who invented words, who wove intricate court scenes and grasped the hearts of queens and peasants alike? The question lingered, not as an accusation, but as a curiosity. Was there another hand? A hidden author? A secret? Theories took shape, some serious, others fanciful. But always beneath the surface lay a deeper wonder. How does genius begin? Can greatness come from anywhere? Or must it come from privilege? In the mystery of Shakespeare's authorship, people weren't just searching for truth. They were searching for themselves for proof that greatness could wear any face. The candidates over time, a small constellation of possible authors began to emerge. Each had their champions. Each was imagined behind the mask of Shakespeare. First came Francis Bacon, philosopher, scientist, courtier, a man of wide knowledge and polished prose. Supporters believed his intellect matched the play's depth. Bacon had access to court life, to books in many languages, to secrets of the elite. Some claimed the plays carried hidden codes, subtle clues pointing to him, but no clear evidence was ever found. Just echoes, suggestions, and the question, why would such a man hide behind another? Then came Edward de Vere, the 17th Earl of Oxford, a nobleman with a literary past and theatrical connections. His life mirrored the drama of the play's travel through Italy, scandal, intrigue. To some, he seemed the perfect fit, a man of status with the soul of a poet. Supporters noted that de Vere died in 1604, before several plays were published. But others argued that the plays were written earlier, just released later. Still, no manuscript, no direct link, no final proof. Another name was Christopher Marlowe, Shakespeare's contemporary, known for his own plays, full of violence and grandeur. Marlowe died young, stabbed in a tavern under mysterious circumstances. Or did he? Some theorists believe Marlowe faked his death and wrote under Shakespeare's name. It makes for a gripping tale, full of spies and shadows. But again, there is no paper trail, no letters, no confession. Just imagination and longing. Other candidates appeared through the years: Mary Sidney, William Stanley, even Queen Elizabeth I. Each offered a story. Each carried the weight of what might have been, but the truth remained elusive. No matter how many names were offered, none came forward with solid proof. No letters in their handwriting. No direct mention of the plays. Just theories fascinating. Romantic, uncertain dot in the end. The names say more about our hopes than about history. They reflect a hunger to connect genius to known greatness. And perhaps an unease with the idea that a man with little formal schooling, born in a small town, could leave behind the most enduring words ever written. Why it matters and why it doesn't. The debate over Shakespeare's authorship is not really about one man. It is about bigger ideas, about class, about the shape of genius, about how we understand the past. To some, it matters deeply. They see the authorship question as a way to correct the record, to give credit where it is due. They believe that truth must be pursued, even in art. For them, the plays carry clues about politics, about faith, about identity and knowing. The real author changes how we read them, but to others, it doesn't matter at all. Because the plays are already here. The words have stood for centuries, glowing with life. Romeo and Juliet still breaks hearts. Othello still haunts. The Tempest still conjures wonder. Whether they came from a glove-maker's son or a nobleman's pen, their beauty does not dim. Art is strange like that. It can survive mystery. It can breathe through doubt. The plays do not need to prove themselves. They already have on the stage, in the classroom, in the quiet corners of people's lives. There's also a lesson tucked inside this debate, a question about how we measure value. Must a writer come from wealth or bear a famous name? To be believed? Must a creator carry a title to be respected? If Shakespeare was who we think he was, a man of modest roots, with limited schooling, then his story is extraordinary. Not because it is rare, but because it is possible. It suggests that art can rise from anywhere. That someone, armed only with words and wonder, can change the world. And if it turns out that he did have help from other hands, from shared memories, then perhaps that's fine too. Because stories are rarely born alone. They echo through. Voices, passed from person to person, place to place. What matters is not the name. It's the legacy. And the legacy is undeniable. The man, the myth, the mirror. William Shakespeare stands at the center of a mirror, one that reflects not just him, but us. He is both known and unknown. We have a few facts. He was born in 1564 in a quiet town. He married young, had children, moved to London, became part of a theater company, wrote plays, acted, invested in property, died in 1616. But beyond that, the details grow dim. There are no surviving letters in his own hand, no diary, no record of him speaking about his work. The man himself is hazy, like a figure in a dream, and yet, through his plays, he becomes vivid. He shows us kings who crumble, lovers who rise, fools who teach, ghosts who speak. His words feel larger than life, but also deeply human. That is the mystery. He feels like everyone and no one, a single voice and many, a man and a myth. Perhaps that is what makes him matter so much. He becomes a mirror in which we see ourselves, our hopes, our flaws, our fears. Whether he wrote every line, or shaped them with others, or served as the voice of a generation, the result is the same. The stories remain. Each time we speak his words, we keep him alive. Each time a student opens his pages, or an actor steps on stage, the man behind the myth returns. Not with certainty, but with presence. In the end, maybe that's enough. Maybe we do not need to solve the mystery. Maybe we only need to listen, because the words are still here, and the voice, whoever it was, still echoes in the dark. Across the globe, Shakespeare's worldwide legacy. Shakespeare's words were first written in English, for English ears, in a wooden theater on the banks of the Thames. And yet, today, those same words echo in hundreds of languages, in places far beyond the London stage. His stories have crossed borders, not just as scripts, but as living voices reshaped by each tongue that speaks them. Translation is not just about changing words from one language to another. It is about transformation of rhythm, of tone, of soul. In Russian, Hamlet speaks with a deep, mournful cadence. His doubt feels heavier, his sadness more still. In German, King Lear becomes a storm of order and chaos. In Mandarin, the tempest floats with poetic quiet, like wind across water. Each translation brings something new. A translator must choose what to keep, what to bend, what to breathe anew. Some lines cannot travel exactly, they shift, they slide. But something always remains, the feeling, the pulse beneath the sentence. In French, Juliet says her love is boundless. In Arabic, her words shimmer like poetry. In Swahili, they take on a rhythm like music. And in each, the heart of her message still arrives, even beyond words. There are gestures, body language, silence. A pause in one culture may feel different in another. A glance, a sigh, they speak volumes when placed in new settings. And somehow Shakespeare holds, through centuries of translation. His plays have not weakened. Instead, they have grown layered with new meanings, voices, and ideas. Each language reveals a different side. Each tongue carries its own mirror. This is how a writer from 16th century England becomes a citizen of the world. Through translation, he becomes transformed. Not lost, but expanded. Cultural adaptations. Beyond translation lies something even deeper, adaptation. In many countries, Shakespeare's plays are not just spoken in local languages. They are reshaped to reflect local histories, customs, and lives. His stories don't just travel. They transform. In India, Othello once wore the colors of Bollywood. He danced beneath monsoon skies, his story told through song and shadow. Desdemona sang in Hindi, and Iago whispered in a crowded market square. The emotions stayed the same: jealousy, betrayal, sorrow, but the world around them changed. In Japan, Macbeth stepped into the shoes of a samurai. In Akira Kurosawa's film Throne of Blood, the Scottish castle became a misty mountain fortress. The witches were replaced with a single forest spirit. The crown became a helmet. And yet, when the soldier wavered under guilt, it was still Macbeth. Africa, too, has given Shakespeare a new skin. In Nigeria, Wole Soyinka once spoke of how Yoruba traditions could blend with the bard's tales. A version of King Lear was told in Pidgin English, where the king's madness felt like spiritual loss, and the storm became both weather and myth. In the Caribbean, the tempest has been retold through the legacy of colonization. Prospero, the magician, becomes a symbol of empire. Caliban's cries feel like echoes of stolen land and language. The island is no longer a place of wonder, but of history. In these adaptations, Shakespeare's stories stretch and bend, wearing different clothes, walking new roads. Yet the heart, the longing, the fear, the search for meaning stays. Untouched, each adaptation says, "This story is also ours. This grief, this joy, this fight, we know it too," and so the plays become more than English literature. They become global folklore retold by each culture in its own voice. Global stages, Shakespeare's plays have never been still. They were made to move from voice to voice, from stage to stage. Today, his words rise in places he could never have imagined. In a small town in Brazil, a group of students gather under a tin roof. They perform Twelfth Night with painted faces and borrowed costumes. Laughter fills the air as mistaken identities twist and tangle. The ocean is not far, and the night hums with energy. In South Korea, inside a black box theater, King Lear is told with puppets and shadows. The actor's voice breaks softly as the king carries Cordelia. The audience leans in quiet, rapt. In Grief. In Italy, an open-air amphitheater fills as much ado about nothing unfolds under the stars. The words are fast and playful. The clapping is warm and generous. Shakespeare's wit, passed from one voice to another, finds new light, and in London, where it began, the Globe Theatre still stands, rebuilt not far from where the original once rose. Each year, actors perform the old plays in modern dress, in ancient form, in every imaginable blend. Some nights it rains. Some nights it dazzles. And always the stories hold. Opera houses have also welcomed him. Verdi's Othello and Macbeth. Bring the bard into song, where jealousy and ambition soar in powerful arias. Ballet companies interpret Romeo and Juliet without words, only movement and music, and somehow the heartbreak still arrives. Shakespeare lives in classrooms and courtyards, in grand halls and village squares. His plays are not just read. They are lived, felt, reimagined. Each stage becomes a new beginning, and on each, his voice is reborn. Universal emotion, what makes Shakespeare reach so far? What lifts his plays? Across cultures, languages, and centuries, it is not just the stories. It is the emotions that live inside them. Love fierce, gentle, foolish, brave. like Romeo standing beneath a window, like Beatrice and Benedict hiding feeling behind wit. These moments feel true in every tongue, grief heavy, hollow, quiet, like Lear weeping over a daughter, like Hamlet staring at a skull. These losses do not belong to one place. They are shared. Jealousy, as green and sharp as an Othello, is known in every heart. So is ambition, like Macbeth's steady climb and fall. So is hope, like Viola stepping out of shipwreck, choosing to begin again. These feelings move without passports. They do not ask for permission. They cross oceans the way the moon crosses skies silently, certainly even in places. Where Shakespeare is unfamiliar, the emotion is not. A mother hears a son torn by duty and sorrow. A child watches a father's pride break. A lover hides pain behind laughter. This is why he remains. Not because of language, not because of history, but because of feeling. He understood what it meant to be human. And that truth soft, aching, constant is the one that still travels. No matter the country, the caste, or the costume, we know these hearts. And through them, we know ourselves. Modern echoes Shakespeare in pop culture. Over 4 centuries have passed since William Shakespeare last penned a line, yet his stories continue to live not in dusty books alone, but flickering across movie screens and glowing from television sets. His influence drifts quietly through the world of modern entertainment, shaping tales both grand and small. Take The Lion King, a tale of a young prince, his father's death, an uncle's betrayal, and a journey toward reclaiming the throne. It is, in many ways, Hamlet reborn. The kingdom is no longer Denmark, but a stretch of African savanna. The prince is not a man, but a lion named Simba. And yet the echoes are clear. A ghostly vision, a usurped crown, a prince torn between grief and destiny. These are Shakespeare's bones, dressed in fur and animated color. Then there is 10 Things I Hate About You, a high school romantic comedy where rebellious teens duel in sarcasm and charm. Beneath the modern slang and teenage angst lies the taming of the shrew, retold for a new generation. The sharp-tongued heroine, the suitor with a plan, the chaos of courtship all flow from the same centuries-old source. Even science fiction nods to the bard. In Westworld, the android Dolores quotes lines from Romeo and Juliet and The Tempest. The show's exploration of identity, fate, and freedom is steeped in Shakespearean thought. Hollywood returns to him again and again, sometimes openly, sometimes quietly. She's the man his 12th night in soccer cleats. My Own Private Idaho borrows from Henry IV. Strange Brew, a Canadian comedy about beer and brothers, is a loose retelling of Hamlet. Direct adaptations appear too. Baz Luhrmann's Romeo plus Juliet places the star-crossed lovers in a neon-lit Verona beach, trading swords for pistols and speaking the original text amidst crashing waves and city sirens. Kenneth Branagh's Hamlet runs 4 hours long and stays true to every word, proving that even in modern dress, the language still sings, and so Shakespeare lives not as history, but as presence. His stories shape the stories we tell now. His characters wear new clothes, speak new slang, but carry the same heart's dot in education and memory step into nearly any school. And somewhere inside, Shakespeare waits Dot in an English classroom, a student. Stumbles through the lines of Macbeth. Another recites Sonnet 18 with nervous breath. A small stage stands in a gymnasium, its cardboard castle wobbling slightly as a young actor delivers Hamlet's soliloquy in a voice just beginning to find its depth for many. This is where Shakespeare first arrives, not on screen, but in the classroom. His plays are part of the curriculum in countless countries, required reading for generations of students. Teachers guide nervous readers through tangled lines, pausing to explain metaphors and meanings. Slowly, the words unfold a T first. The language may feel strange, full of thee, and thou, of strange turns and old words. But then a moment comes. A student reads aloud, and the class goes still. A line lands about love, about grief, about feeling alone, and someone nods. They understand Shakespeare's power lies not in complexity, but in truth. His words are not locked in time. They speak of first love, of losing a parent, of the weight of choice. These are things students know, even if they don't know the words yet. School productions bring the plays to life. Costumes are made of thrift store finds and painted cardboard. Scripts are trimmed. Lines are forgotten, but the heart remains. A student becomes Juliet, looking out into a crowd of parents. Another becomes Macbeth, haunted by guilt beneath a flickering stage light. And, long after school ends, the lines linger. Phrases once memorized for a test now rise unexpectedly in a moment of awe, or pain, or laughter. To thine own self be true. All the world's a stage. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Shakespeare stays in memory, not just as homework, but as echo, as voice, as a whisper of something once learned, now understood. In music and song, Shakespeare's rhythm wasn't just meant for the page, it was built for the ear. His iambic pentameter, the steady beat of unstressed and stressed syllables, has more in common with modern music than we might think. It flows like a drum line, like the pulse beneath a song. So it's no surprise that musicians across time have found their way to his words. In classical music, his influence is rich and deep. Verdi, the Italian composer, gave voice to Otello and Macbeth in operatic form. Mendelssohn's A Midsummer Night's Dream includes the famous Wedding March, now played at countless modern weddings, and was inspired directly by the play. Tchaikovsky turned Romeo and Juliet into a sweeping orchestral overture, capturing the rise and fall of love in strings and brass. Modern artists sample him too. Taylor Swift once wove references to Romeo and Juliet into a love song that echoed across radios worldwide. Indie bands have named albums after Much Ado About Nothing. Metal bands have screamed lines from Macbeth beneath thundering guitars. And in hip-hop, Shakespeare's presence runs deep. His themes, betrayal, ambition, power, loyalty, are the same themes found in countless verses. Some rappers have studied his plays not just for story, but for structure. His use of metaphor, his twists of language, his wordplay, they inspire and inform artists like Akala, a British rapper and scholar, have spoken openly about Shakespeare's influence on rhythm and rhyme. He performs side-by-side comparisons, showing how the bard's sonnets and a modern freestyle verse share the same poetic DNA even in musical theater. Shakespeare echoes. West Side Story retells Romeo and Juliet in the streets of 1952, New York, where love crosses racial lines and violence lurks in alleys. Its songs soar, but its tragedy feels familiar. The names have changed. The heartbreak has not died in all these ways. Shakespeare's voice enters music not as background, but as heartbeat, as lyric, as rhythm that still moves, living legacy, perhaps. The most surprising truth is this: Shakespeare lives not only in art, but in speech. In daily language, casual conversation, everyday thought. To speak English is, in many ways, to speak Shakespeare. Phrases like wild goose chase, break the ice, in a pickle, green-eyed monster, and heart of gold. All of these come from his plays. We use them without knowing. They've settled into our language like stones in a river, shaped smooth by time, even more than phrases. He gave us ways to feel aloud. The lady doth protest too much. What's in her name? All's well that ends well. These are not just sayings. They are frames for thinking. Shakespeare also shaped how we tell stories. He gave us the tragic arc: rise, fall, redemption, or ruin. He shaped the romantic comedy: confusion, disguise, revelation, and joy. His characters set a pattern that others follow still: the brooding hero, the wise fool, the doomed lover, the ambitious soul undone. He is part of the architecture of storytelling, not always seen, but always holding something up. Even his silence is part of culture. When a moment is dramatic, we say it's Shakespearean. When a leader speaks with force, we call it a Shakespeare moment. When emotion feels too large for words, we remember his legacy is not carved in stone, but woven into breath, into how we speak, how we love, how we fall apart and begin again. And so, though the man is long gone, he is never far. His words move in movies, in music, in classrooms, in kitchens, in hearts that break, in voices that rise, in laughter that heals. To live today is, in quiet ways, to live with Shakespeare, not as a statue or school subject, but as a shadow on the wall, a voice in the background, a hand still writing softly through time. Times mirror Shakespeare and the human condition. To read Shakespeare is to be seen not just in parts, but whole. He knew people, their silences, their contradictions, the things they said, and the things they could never quite admit. And so, across centuries, across cultures, across shifting landscapes, his words remain close because he understood us all. He wrote kings who whispered into the dark, doubting everything they had gained. He wrote fools who, behind laughter, held quiet wisdom. He gave us lovers too tender for the world and villains too broken to be saved. There was no one he left out. Falstaff, the jester with a wine-stained heart, hides pain beneath jokes. Rosalind, disguised as a man, teaches the forest how to speak of love. Caliban, half monster, half human, rages not for evil, but for recognition. These are not just characters. They are parts of ourselves, the brave part, the bitter part, the part that wants to be loved. Shakespeare didn't write ideas. He wrote. People, he captured pride that blinds and kindness that redeems. He showed us the line between loyalty and betrayal, between hope and fear, between justice and revenge. And he did it with grace, never judging, only revealing. That's why his work endures. Because each person who steps into one of his plays finds something waiting. Not a lesson, not a rule, just a reflection. A truth wrapped in rhythm, a feeling. Given shape, he saw us not as perfect, but as possible. And that belief, that fragile, forgiving gaze, is what makes him feel eternal, the fragility of ambition. Some of Shakespeare's most powerful characters rise not with joy, but with dread. They chase greatness, but at a cost. Ambition, in his hands, is never a clean fire. It burns through pride, through conscience, through the soul. Macbeth begins as a loyal soldier, brave and admired. But a whisper of destiny, a hint of a crown, begins to shift something inside him. He sees what could be, and it blinds him to what is. Encouraged by his wife, driven by fear and hunger, he kills, and the throne, once golden, becomes a weight. Guilt creeps in like fog. Madness follows. Lady Macbeth, too, is broken by what they have done. Her strength, once sharp, begins to dissolve. She walks in her sleep, scrubbing hands that will not come clean. Ambition, unchecked, has hollowed them both. Then there is King Lear, a man of power, of pride, who divides his kingdom to hear sweet words. He banishes truth and embraces flattery. But the storm he unleashes is not just outside, it brews within. Cast out into the cold, he begins to see. His pride breaks, and in its place comes sorrow, and finally, understanding. But by then, the damage is done, and Hamlet a prince frozen by thought. He knows what must be done. He sees the rot in his kingdom. But each time he moves, he questions. His ambition is not for power, but for justice, yet he hesitates. That hesitation costs him dearly. Those who wait with him fall. Through these stories, Shakespeare shows us something timeless. Ambition is fragile. Not evil, not wrong, but delicate. It can be shaped by love or twisted by fear. It can lift or destroy. We all want to become something, to reach, to change our place. But what we risk in that reaching, that's where his wisdom lives. Love and loss. Shakespeare's love stories do not always end in joy. In fact, many end in ruin, but they are never empty. His lovers are not perfect, but they are real. They ache. They hope. They hurt. Romeo and Juliet fall in love quickly, completely. Their world is against them to families, bound by old hate. Their love is not foolish. It is bold, pure, but it burns too bright. One misstep, one message missed, and it ends. Two lives lost not because of love, but because the world could not hold it. Othello and Desdemona, their story is slower, sadder. Othello, a man of war, believes love can shield him. But jealousy poisons that belief. Iago's lies twist. around him like vines. He sees betrayal where there is only loyalty. And in his grief, he destroys the one thing he truly loved, even in comedies. Love is tested. In Much Ado About Nothing, Beatrice and Benedict fight through pride and fear. In Twelfth Night, Viola must hide her love behind a disguise. Love in Shakespeare is rarely simple. It is tangled, risky, often misunderstood, but it is always worth something, because through love, his characters become more human. They stumble. They reveal. They forgive. They grow, and in loss, they become clear. When Lear holds Cordelia's body, he sees too late what mattered. When Hamlet speaks to the ghost of his father, he begins to feel the weight of love buried beneath duty. Shakespeare does not promise happy endings, but he gives us something deeper, a portrait of love as it truly is. Messy, brave, full of joy, full of grief. It's not about fairy tales. It's about feeling deeply and being changed by it. A mirror that never cracks. Every generation has returned to Shakespeare and seen something new. His plays are like mirrors not made of glass, but of time. They reflect whoever watches. In times of war, his tragedies echo louder. In moments of peace, his comedies shine. When the world questions power, Julius Caesar is read again. When we seek healing, The Winter's Tale is revisited. His plays bend to the world's shape, yet they do not break. A young woman reads Ophelia's lines and sees her own voice the way it sometimes feels quiet in a loud world. A father sees Prospero letting go of control and thinks of how hard it is to release a child into their own life. A teacher reads The Merchant of Venice and wonders aloud what justice means today. And no matter the era, the 1600s, or now, his words meet the moment. Not by changing, but by remaining true to the heart. And it's not just scholars who find him. It's readers, dreamers, people standing in bookstores or sitting on buses or walking through a park, quoting softly to themselves. The mirror holds. It shows us not who we were, but who we are becoming. It reflects sorrow when we are grieving, courage when we are afraid, love when we are beginning again. Shakespeare's gift was not to tell us who he was, but to help us see who we are, and in that reflection, quietly, we continue the story. The stage is the World Theatre, a sacred space in the heart of Elizabethan London. There once stood a circle of wood and sound, the Globe Theatre. It was not polished or quiet. It was open to the sky, its roof a frame for sunlight and rain. It was round like the earth itself, like a ring that enclosed both chaos and order. The globe was not merely a building. It was an experience, a space where dreams stepped out of shadows and spoke aloud, where myth descended into the streets and became something touchable, believable, alive. Built in 1599, it stood near the banks of the Thames, outside the city's strict walls. It wasn't hidden, but it wasn't quite accepted either. Theater was still something wild, half celebration, half suspicion. But inside the globe, all of that melted. There, the world changed. 3 levels of balconies circled a central yard, where people stood shoulder to shoulder, the groundlings who paid a penny to watch, cheer, weep or jeer. Above them sat merchants, nobles, travelers, all drawn by the same voice. The air was thick with sweat, laughter, and the murmur of London. Just beyond the walls, the stage jutted into the crowd. It was not distant. It invited nearness. Actors could look into the eyes of those watching. They could speak directly, not just to the air, but to a living sea of breath and heartbeat. There were no curtains, no spotlights, no microphones. Only voice and silence. And through this simplicity, something powerful stirred. Ghosts crossed stage boards. Kings rose and fell. Forests walked. Ships sank. Lovers whispered. Magic bloomed. All in a place with no roof. No illusions except the ones we chose to believe. The globe was a circle of transformation. A sacred place made not of marble, but of people. The audience completed the story. Shakespeare never wrote his plays to sit on a shelf. He wrote them to be heard, felt, completed. And for him, the audience was not just a listener, it was a partner. Inside the globe, no one sat in the dark. Daylight filled every corner. The players could see the crowd, and the crowd could answer back with laughter, with gasps, with silence deeper than stone. He knew this, and he wrote with it in mind for the groundlings, the ones standing in the pit. He gave wit and wordplay, quick jabs and bold humor. They could roar at a fool's fall or shout at a villain's lie. They were not passive. They were part of the pulse for the nobility above. He offered poetry laced with power, speeches heavy with thought. They found meaning in the grand arcs. Ambition undone, justice delayed, love fought for and lost. And yet, even they could laugh at a clever pun or weep at a well-spoken goodbye. Each person, no matter where they stood, heard something different. A joke landed one way in the pit, another in the box. A line about honor could sting in one ear, soothe in another, but that was the point. Shakespeare layered his words high and low, rough and smooth, knowing they would be caught by many hands. He didn't simplify. He enriched. He trusted that even if not all was understood, all would be felt. The audience completed the circle. Without them, the stage was only wood. With them, it was alive, and it still is. Even now, when we read the plays or watch them, we step into that role. We are part of the telling. We fill in the spaces. We become the echo, the sacred illusion. In a world of facts and walls, theater remains a doorway. And for Shakespeare, that doorway was sacred. The stage, he believed, could hold truths that everyday life could not carry out in his plays. Time bends. A war begins and ends in a single hour. A boy becomes a king before our eyes. The dead walk. The moon rises indoors. It is all make-believe, and yet, somehow, it feels more real than the world outside. This is the sacred illusion. When Macbeth sees the ghost of Banquo, we see guilt given shape. When Juliet fakes her death, we are forced to ask, what is love? If not risk? When Prospero breaks his staff, we see power set down with grace. The stage makes space for this. It does not explain. It reveals there are no boundaries in this illusion. The same wooden boards become castle halls, forest glades, stormy seas. With a change of tone, a shift in lighting, the world transforms, but more than the setting, it's the feeling that changes. The illusion is not in the scenery, it's in the connection. The belief we offer willingly to follow a story wherever it leads. Actors become more than actors. They become vessels. Their voices carry sorrow and joy that do not belong to them, and yet, somehow, belong to all of us, and in the quiet between scenes, in the breath before a final line, we feel something stir. A recognition. A truth. Theater lets us watch ourselves not in mirrors, but in motion. We are not told what to feel. We are invited to feel, and that invitation is sacred. Why it still works centuries have passed since Shakespeare last walked. Beneath the sky, the original globe is long gone. His world has changed. Ours has too, and yet his plays are still performed. His words still spoken. His stories still told. Why? Because the stage, whether round or square, grand or humble, still holds what it always did, a place to feel alive. In every town, in every city, people gather. They take their seats or stand in open air. The lights dim or the sun lowers. A hush spreads. And then a voice, a line, a step forward. We lean in. That is the power. Not just of the script, but of the space, the shared breath, the silent trust between audience and actor. We agree to believe just for a while. We agree to forget time, and in doing so, we remember something deeper. In a theater, we are not alone. We laugh with strangers. We cry with them. We watch a man pretend to die and feel real sorrow. We hear a line written long ago and feel it land in the present moment, whether on a school stage or a Broadway platform. Shakespeare still works. Not because we revere him, but because we recognize ourselves in him. He gave us a language for the unspeakable, a shape for the invisible, and a space, the stage, where it can all come alive. As so the curtain rises, the players speak. The story begins again, and in that flicker of illusion, truth is found. The women in his words, a quiet revolution in a world where women were often seen, but not heard, where the stage itself denied them voice. Casting men to play their parts, Shakespeare created women who stepped beyond the margins. He gave them not only presence, but power. And though he wrote within the rules of his time, he wrote around them too. Viola, in Twelfth Night, begins in shipwreck. Washed ashore, she chooses not to weep, but to act. Disguising herself as a man, she moves through the story with care, with wit, with quiet courage. Her love is deep, but never desperate. Her choices shape the story. She listens closely, speaks wisely, and sees the truth before others do. In the end, she reveals herself not as someone changed, but as someone who had always been true. Rosalind, from As You Like It, is bold and bright. Banished from court, she escapes into the forest, takes up a new name, and becomes the master of her fate. Disguised again this time as Ganymede, she teaches her beloved how to love, all while playing a double game of hiding and revealing. She is playful but purposeful. In her hands, language dances. She commands the play as few others do, bending the story gently, like a reed in wind, and then Beatrice, in Much Ado About Nothing, whose sharp tongue slices through pretense. She mocks, she teases, but never without thought. Her wit is not armor, it's insight. She sees the world clearly and speaks what others fear to say. In a moment of great pain, she demands not pity but justice. And still she dares to love. On her own terms, these women do not fit the molds. They challenge, they question, they choose. Shakespeare wrote them into comedies, but their voices ring with truth. Through disguise, through dialogue, through desire, they stretch beyond this stage and into something deeper, a quiet revolution of presence, of power, of possibility. Mothers and daughters, not all of Shakespeare's women are young and bold. Some are older, wiser, wearied. Some are mothers. Some are caretakers. Some carry the weight of entire generations on their shoulders. Gertrude in Hamlet is a queen and a mother. Her love for her son is steady, though strained. She marries quickly after her husband's death, a choice that raises suspicion and sorrow. But beneath the surface, she is complex, torn between loyalty and guilt, between comfort and conscience. She is not a villain. She is a woman surviving in a world ruled by power, where silence sometimes seems safer than truth. Lady Capulet in Romeo and Juliet is distant yet troubled. She urges Juliet to marry well, not cruelly, but with the weight of expectation pressing down. She lives in a world where daughters are often pawns, and she cannot quite see her child as something separate. Her sorrow, when it comes, is real. A mother mourning not just a loss, but a distance she never crossed. Juliet's nurse, by contrast, is earthy, warm, and full of feeling. She has known Juliet since birth, carried her, fed her, soothed her tears. She laughs, she scolds, she remembers. She offers comfort in a household of command. But even she cannot protect Juliet from the tide that rises. Her care is bound by the limits of her place. These women mothers, mother figures, are not always heroes. But they are human. They love in ways shaped by the time, by duty, by fear. Shakespeare does not lift them above the world. He places them within it, fully, and in the space between mothers and daughters, between generations and expectations. He shows us something tender, the ache of care, the burden of silence, the longing to protect what cannot be saved, the silence. Of some, not every woman in Shakespeare's world is witty or strong. Some are quiet. Some are broken. Some fall into the silence left by sorrow, or shaped by the sharp edge of cruelty. And through them we see the shadows of the society they lived in, and still, at times, the one we live in now, Ophelia, in Hamlet, begins full of light. She sings. She listens. She loves. But her world is not gentle. Her father commands. Her brother warns. Her lover, Hamlet, twists with rage and revenge. She is caught in the storm used, abandoned, forgotten. Her madness is not sudden. It is a slow unraveling, pulled thread by thread. She sings again at the end, but her songs are scattered. And then she is gone. Her death, like her life, is mourned, but never truly understood. Desdemona, in Othello, is noble and loyal. She loves fiercely. She defends her marriage with grace and patience. But love in her world is not enough. Iago's poison creeps through the cracks, and Othello, her husband, sees betrayal where there is none. Desdemona speaks, pleads, cries, but she is not believed. Her voice is lost in the noise of jealousy. Her end is quiet, too quiet. A whisper beneath the rage, these characters are fragile, not weak. Their silence is not emptiness, it is reflection. It shows the limits of their time, the ways in which women were confined, dismissed, destroyed. Shakespeare does not glorify their pain. He presents it plainly, gently. He allows it space, and in doing so, he asks us to listen, to notice, to feel Ophelia's flowers, Desdemona's final song. They are not shouts. They are echoes, soft, haunting, unforgettable, whispers of empowerment. Shakespeare did not write manifestos. He did not preach revolution. But within his plays, between the lines, something begins to stir, something small, but unmistakable. A whisper of change, a suggestion that the world could be otherwise. He gave his women moments, not grand speeches, but truths. Portia, in The Merchant of Venice, disguises herself as a lawyer and delivers one of the play's most powerful arguments. The quality of mercy is not strained, she says. And in that moment, she holds the court. She reshapes justice with calm authority. Lady Macbeth, though tragic, begins with ambition. She sees power not as something distant, but reachable. Her drive is raw, her downfall painful, but her presence is unforgettable. She dares to want more. In The Winter's Tale, Hermione is falsely accused, silenced, hidden. Yet she returns not with revenge, but with grace. Her presence at the end is not a trick. It is a quiet reclaiming. These are not rebellions, not outright, but they are beginnings. Seeds, they say, listen. They say, watch. They say, what if? And over time, those seeds have grown into voices, into movement, into new interpretations, new stages, new possibilities. Shakespeare did not break the rules, but he questioned them gently, persistently, through character and choice. He imagined women who could shape their worlds, not just suffer them, and in doing so, he offered more than reflection. He offered recognition, a quiet revolution carried in verse. Shakespeare and the stars, the influence of the cosmos. In Shakespeare's world, the night sky wasn't just a backdrop, it was a map. The stars above held stories, warnings, questions. They guided travelers, marked the passage of time, and hinted at fate. And in his plays, Shakespeare reached for those stars, not always to follow them, but to ask what they meant. In Julius Caesar, Cassius turns to Brutus and speaks words that would echo through centuries. The fault, dear. Brutus is not in our stars, but in ourselves. It is not the stars, he argues, that decide our fate. it is our choices, our courage, our fear. In one line, Shakespeare raises a timeless question. Are we ruled by destiny or by will? This tension appears again and again. Characters look to the sky for signs, for answers. They wonder what is written in the heavens and whether they can change it. In Romeo and Juliet, the lovers are called star-crossed. Their fate feels sealed, their love doomed by forces beyond their control. And yet, they still choose. They still act. Even in tragedy, agency lives. For Shakespeare, the stars were both beautiful and mysterious, a symbol of order and of chaos. They gleamed above kings and clowns alike, but he didn't always treat them as commands. Sometimes he questioned their power. Sometimes he wondered if people blamed the stars when they couldn't face themselves. In this way, he gave the cosmos complexity. It was not just a stage for the divine. It was a reflection of us, our hopes, our fears, our need to believe that something larger is watching, guiding, or warning. Celestial language. Shakespeare didn't just write about stars. He wrote with them. His language is scattered with the sky, moons, and meteors, dawns and eclipses, comets trailing across the silence of his lines. He didn't describe the heavens as cold or distant. He made them feel alive. The moon in his plays is not just a rock in orbit. It is a mood, a presence. In A Midsummer Night's Dream, the moon watches over mischief and magic. It shifts the tide of love and light. In Romeo and Juliet, Juliet begs Romeo not to swear by the moon, for it is inconstant to her. The moon is not a symbol of eternity. It is change itself. The sun is more than a light. It is energy, glory, clarity. In Richard III, sunlight is linked with truth, with life pushing back the shadow. In comedies, sunshine signals joy. In tragedies, its absence is a warning. Even time, in his words, moves like a celestial wheel turning, pressing, pulling all things forward, and night. Oh, how he writes the night. It is not just darkness. It is emotion, safety, mystery, love. In Othello, night holds secrets. In King Lear, it holds storms. In Twelfth Night, it's a veil that hides and reveals. Shakespeare's night is not empty. It breathes. He used the sky not as ornament, but as mirror. To describe sorrow, he called on eclipses. To speak of wonder, he summoned stars. When passion bloomed, he set it under moonlight. When death arrived, the heavens wept. Each line, touched by the sky, feels larger. Not because it points up, but because it pulls us in, the Elizabethan cosmos. To understand Shakespeare's stars, we must understand the sky. He knew in Elizabethan England, science and magic danced together. The telescope had not yet revealed the moon's craters. Galileo's discoveries were just beginning. The universe was still a mystery, and in that mystery, belief grew. Astrology and astronomy were not separate worlds. They were threads of the same cloth. People read the stars to understand weather, harvests, illness, and fate. A comet could signal disaster. A new star might mark a birth or a death. The heavens were full of messages, waiting to be interpreted, even great minds believed. Doctors used star charts to guide their treatments. Politicians consulted astrologers. Earth signs were thought to shape character. A king born under Mars might be bold. One born under Venus, charming. Shakespeare lived in the sky. He knew its rhythms. He used its language. And while he sometimes questioned fate, he understood why others trusted it. In King Lear, eclipses foreshadow chaos. In Julius Caesar, strange lights in the sky unsettle the people. Nature reflects politics. The stars and the state are bound, and yet Shakespeare did not write with certainty. He didn't claim to know the truth of the stars. Instead, he gave us the questions. He showed how belief in the cosmos shaped fear, shaped love, shaped choice. His sky was layered, scientific and spiritual, distant and near, a place where gods might dwell, or where people simply looked to understand what they could not control. The universe within Shakespeare's greatest insight was not that the stars held power, but that the same forces that moved the heavens moved the heart. He wrote of the sky, yes, but always, always, he tied it to the soul. In Hamlet, the prince speaks of man as noble in reason, infinite in faculties. Yet still, the beauty of the world, the sky, the stars, means nothing to him. It is a moment of despair, but also of connection. The stars are not just above. They are within reflections of thought, of feeling. In The Tempest, Prospero gives up his magic. He speaks of graves at my command and cloud-capped towers that will dissolve. The speech feels cosmic, a reminder that all we build, even with stars in our eyes, will fade. But the magic is not lost. It is simply returned to the heart. When Shakespeare wrote of the cosmos, he was writing about longing, the longing to be more, to know more, to reach for something beyond ourselves, and to understand that, perhaps, it already lives inside us. His universe was not empty. It was mirrored in human nature. Just as the stars are distant but visible, so are our dreams. Just as the night holds shadow and stillness, so do we. Just as constellations form patterns in the dark, so do our memories, our regrets, our hopes. He didn't need to send his characters to the stars. He brought the stars into them, and through them, into us. So when we read his words or hear them, we don't just look upward. We look inward and find the same light. The echoes in silence, Shakespeare and death. In Shakespeare's world, death was never just an ending. It was a threshold, a pause, a moment when everything slows, not to stop, but to shift. For him, death held more than darkness. It held reflection, mystery, and sometimes a strange kind of peace. Perhaps no line captures this better than Hamlet's soliloquy, to be or not to be, spoken slowly, like breath turning inward. A prince lost in grief and thought wonders whether it is nobler to endure life's pain or to leave it behind. Death to him is a sleep, but dreams may come, and that, he says, is the pause, the mystery, what lies beyond. Shakespeare didn't turn away from death. He stared into it. In Romeo and Juliet, the young lovers choose death not out of despair, alone, but out of defiance. They are trapped by fate, by feud, by time. Their end is tragic, yes, but it is also a kind of final choice, a breaking of the world's grip. Their deaths change those around them. The silence that follows speaks louder than the quarrels that came before. In Julius Caesar, death is public, political, but still personal. Et tu, Brute? The final moment of betrayal and release. Even here, death is not an escape. It is a turning point, and in Othello, after the act of violence, there is stillness. Othello, realizing his mistake, calls his own end not punishment, but justice. He does not flee. He steps into death as if it is the only honest answer left. Again and again, Shakespeare writes death not as destruction, but as door. A door into memory, into legacy, into whatever comes next or whatever we choose to believe might come. Graveyards and ghosts. Shakespeare often placed death on stage, not as absence, but as presence. In his plays, the dead walk, the past speaks, and graveyards are not quiet. In Hamlet, a prince holds a skull in his hand, not a symbol, but a person. Yorick, the court jester, a man who once laughed, once sang, once lifted young Hamlet on his shoulders, now just bone, yet still, speaking in a way, through memory, through thought. The scene is not horror, it is human, a soft meditation on the line between then and now, life and what lingers. Ghosts appear, not to frighten, but to remind. Hamlet's father, silent at first, then full of warning, walks in armor. He urges action, not rest. In Macbeth, Banquo returns, not with fury, but with eyes that see. Macbeth, the guilty one, can't look away. The ghost says nothing but says everything. In Richard III, the night before battle brings visions. Those whom Richard has wronged return in sleep. Each speaks in turn, calm and direct. Their presence is not revenge. It is reckoning, and then there are the witches, not ghosts, but something close. They whisper prophecies, blur truth and illusion. They are part of the same thread, voices from the edges of life. Not fully here, not fully gone, Shakespeare's world was one where the veil between living and dead was thin, where silence could be full, where the dead didn't vanish, they echoed. He gave death texture, gave it voice, not to scare, but to remind that what has passed is not always gone, that what we bury may still return in memory. In consequence, in the quiet of our thoughts, tender goodbyes in Shakespeare are rarely rushed. They hold weight. They hold love. They are pauses, drawn long and soft, like the hush of twilight. Moments where speech becomes more than words, becomes feeling. Parting is such sweet sorrow, Juliet says to Romeo. A line so gentle, it hardly moves. Sweet because they have loved. Sorrow because they must part. The line does not scream. It breathes, like someone lingering at a door, not ready to go, not ready to stay. In Othello, Desdemona prepares for bed. She speaks of an old song, a willow tune. It's a small, quiet moment, but it stretches. She knows something is near. A sense of goodbye moves through her words like wind through branches dot in King Lear. The old king cradles his daughter. Stay. A little, he begs time to pause. To not take her just yet. The moment is tender, broken, and filled with hope that refuses to believe the end has come. Shakespeare's farewells often come with soft hands, with eyes that look back one more time, with voices that lower. He didn't rush through endings. He lingered. Sometimes the goodbye is between friends like Horatio watching Hamlet die. Sometimes between enemies like Antony speaking over Brutus, calling him the noblest Roman of them all. Even in conflict, there is grace. These moments feel like prayers, not to gods, but to time, to love, to memory, and maybe that's why they linger, because they're not only endings, they're recognitions of all that has been, of all that can't be again, whispers of immortality in the end. Perhaps Shakespeare's most profound idea about death was that it does not truly win. Characters die. Stories close. Curtains fall, but in his words they stay. Juliet, still young, still brave, still standing on a balcony. Hamlet, still thinking, still holding his skull. Lear, still lost in storm and sorrow. They move through time like shadows, cast on walls that never crumble. When he wrote his sonnets, Shakespeare faced the idea of fading, of beauty lost, of memory slipping. But he also wrote, "So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee, a promise, a spell, that words can hold us even today. Centuries later, his language brings people back to life, not as ghosts, but as voices, as presence dot in classrooms, on stages, in whispered readings before sleep. His characters are reborn not in flesh, but in feeling. They say what we still need to hear. They carry emotions. We still feel this is not immortality of the body. It is something quieter, something deeper. A life made of echo, and in that echo, death loses something. Its silence becomes sound. Its end becomes entry. Shakespeare did not conquer death. He softened it. He gave it grace. He gave it shape. And in doing so, he reminded us the final. Breath is not the final word, because somewhere, under lamplight or stars, someone still says, "Good night, good night." Parting is such sweet sorrow, and in that moment, we are never truly gone. The language he gave us, words the world inherited. When William Shakespeare put quill to parchment, he didn't just write plays. He reshaped the very fabric of language, at a time when English was still finding itself, when spelling wasn't fixed, and grammar danced with freedom. He stepped in, not as a rule maker, but as an artist of sound and sense. And in doing so, he gave the world new words for things it had always felt, but never fully named, words like assassination. Sharp, cold, final. It appears in Macbeth, describing an act that is not merely killing, but the theft of power wrapped in secrecy. There had been no precise word for that before. Shakespeare made one, bedazzled bright, glittering, almost magical. A word that captures not just light, but the way it overwhelms the eye and spirit. It first sparkled in the taming of the shrew, and then lonely. A word we now use often, casually. But when Shakespeare first gave it life, it was something deeper, not just being alone, but feeling it. A quiet ache wrapped in syllables. In total, over 1,700 words are believed to have found their first home in his work. Some he invented, others he borrowed, twisted, repurposed. He was not afraid to bend language, to stretch it until it fit the shape of human thought. He gave names to emotions too wide, too wild for the words that came before. He made language larger, not in volume, but in depth. Each new word was a window into a moment, a mind, a world, and in doing so, he helped the English language grow not just in size, but in soul, phrases that became culture beyond the individual. Words, Shakespeare shaped the way English sounds when it tries to speak from the heart or from the depths of confusion, joy, fear, or wonder. His phrases, those clusters of words that slip so easily from tongue to tongue, are now part of the air we breathe. All that glitters is not gold, a quiet warning. That beauty, charm, even brilliance, can hide danger. It came from the Merchant of Venice, and now it lives everywhere from advice columns to song lyrics. Break the ice. From the taming of the shrew, an image of something frozen melting just enough to move forward. A first step in awkward company. We say it without thinking. He wrote it with purpose in a pickle, said by Trinculo in The Tempest. A comical phrase now, used for confusion or trouble. But it carries the flavor of something preserved, something steeped in its own dilemma. We use Shakespeare when we describe a night where the game is afoot, when we wear our hearts on our sleeves, when the world is our oyster. His phrases are not echoes of the past. They are tools of the present. They show up in everyday speech, in novels and movies, in moments of heartbreak and humor alike. What makes them endure is not cleverness alone. It's clarity, precision. Each phrase hits its mark like an arrow, launched by instinct, guided by truth, and they remind us, language is not just for meaning, it's for connection, for seeing each other more clearly and ourselves more honestly. The rhythm of iambic pentameter beneath Shakespeare's words, a subtle rhythm pulses gentle, steady, deliberate. It's the rhythm of iambic pentameter, 5 pairs of syllables per line, each pair a heartbeat, da-dum, 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 da-dum. It's the rhythm of walking, of breathing, of feeling datio most years. It flows without notice. But that's its secret. It soothes. It carries thought like a tide carries a boat, rocking it forward, keeping it afloat. In this form, Shakespeare found music without music. He could build tension, slow time, offer peace all through the arrangement of sound. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Soft, balanced, warm. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. Heavy, slow, falling like footsteps into grief. The rhythm was not a cage. It was a current. He followed it. He broke it. He returned to it. He let it lift speeches like wings, or drag them into the depths of sorrow, sometimes a single variation. A pause, an extra syllable, a stressed word in the wrong place told more than any sentence could. It meant someone was shaken, or lying, or waking to something they could not yet say aloud. This was Shakespeare's craft, invisible to many, but felt by all. His lines read not like instructions, but like songs written for the soul's own. Breath, even now, we hear that rhythm in speeches, in poetry, in quiet storytelling. It lives on not as an old form, but as a familiar feeling, a reminder that words are not only seen. They are heard. A living language is not a still thing. It grows. It shifts. It carries the dust of history and the breath of now. And few shaped its living path more than Shakespeare. He did not write English as it was. He wrote it as it could be. He took a language in motion and gave it balance. He gave it surprise. He gave it mirrors, ways to reflect love, hate, wonder, fear. Through him, English found a new depth of expression, not through rules, through courage, through play, through trust in the power of sound and silence. He showed that a word could hold a world, that a phrase could change how people felt, how they saw each other, how they forgave or failed or fell in love, and he made it accessible. His characters did not speak like scholars. They spoke like humans, rich and poor, wise and foolish. They misused words, invented new ones, twisted old ones. Just like we do dot in his hands, English became not only a tool, but a canvas, a companion, a way to feel less alone, and that's why it still lives, why we still quote him without knowing, why we still find comfort in his cadence, meaning in his metaphors. He didn't just write the language, he sculpted it, and in its shape, we still find ourselves. Shakespeare, the philosopher, lessons between the lines. In Shakespeare's world, the question of what it means to be human was never answered in a single line. Instead, it echoed, repeated, reshaped itself in different voices, different faces and different fates. Hamlet, standing still as the world turned around him, asked directly, "What is a man?" But it was never a rhetorical question. He watched men march to war over small pieces of land, saw himself drift between doubt and duty, and wondered why action felt so heavy, so out of reach. Shakespeare used Hamlet not to preach, but to mirror the uncertainty in all of us. Then there was Macbeth. At first, he was every bit the soldier, brave and loyal. But with power in sight, something shifted. He unraveled. His ambition outgrew his conscience. Macbeth answered Hamlet's question by becoming the warning. A man is what he allows his hunger to become. His descent wasn't instant. It was slow, like a shadow creeping in at twilight. Each step seemed logical until the silence became unbearable, until the ghosts outnumbered the living and Lear. Once a king, always a father, always flawed. His downfall wasn't betrayal alone, but blindness, the inability to see love beyond. Praise. Lear's journey wasn't about kingship, but about identity stripped bare. What is a man when titles fall away, when pride shatters? Lear crawled through madness to find a truth only the broken can touch. Through these stories, Shakespeare offered no single answer. Instead, he let the question live: justice, mercy, forgive innocent. Shakespeare's plays, justice was rarely served on a silver plate. It came late, twisted, earned through pain. But mercy that came like a breeze when the air felt too thick to breathe. In The Merchant of Venice, Portia spoke of mercy with clarity. It blesses both the giver and the receiver. Her words fell like a prayer in a courtroom, reminding power of its limits, but Shakespeare didn't let mercy off easy. He asked, what happens when mercy is refused? When pride holds tight and vengeance is chosen instead? Shylock's fate showed the cost of turning justice into retribution. His demand for a pound of flesh, lawful yet cruel, circled back to wound him. In that, Shakespeare warned of laws without heart. In Measure for Measure, forgiveness wasn't romantic. It was complex, unsettling. The Duke, hidden in plain sight, watched his city fall into moral tangles. His return wasn't about heroism, but restoration. He asked if mercy could repair what law had cracked. Shakespeare seemed to say yes. But not without effort, not without reflection. Forgiveness, then, was never passive in his plays. It was an act of courage, a leap across pain. When characters chose it, they grew. When they refused, they shrank. Shakespeare offered it not as the answer to all wrongs, but as the beginning of healing. Power and corruption. Power in Shakespeare's world was like a flame, beautiful when held with care, but dangerous when clutched too tight. In Julius Caesar, Brutus feared what Caesar might become, not what he was. His choice to strike wasn't born of hatred, but of caution. Yet the act, done in the name of Rome, broke Rome instead. Shakespeare showed how even noble motives could bleed into disaster. Then came Richard III, unapologetic, cunning, hungry for the crown. He smiled as he schemed, confessed his darkness to the audience, and marched without shame. Richard wasn't a warning, he was proof. Power once tasted could numb the soul, and when it crashes, it takes all with it, even the good weren't safe. In Macbeth, the crown became a mirror reflecting every fear, every doubt. Power demanded sacrifice, and Macbeth paid in blood, sleep, and sanity. Shakespeare made it clear, power without anchor leads to ruin, but he also showed restraint as strength. In Henry V, the young king stood at a crossroads. War tempted pride. Victory whispered arrogance. But Henry chose humility, walked among his soldiers, bore their burden. Shakespeare reminded us, power doesn't have to corrupt. It can lead, guide, serve. Existence and Meaningan, then there was the question behind all questions. Why are we here? To be or not to be wasn't just Hamlet's doubt, it was the world's sigh. The line stretched across time, touching anyone who's ever felt lost. In a single breath, Shakespeare named the ache of existence, the weight of simply being. He didn't offer easy answers. Instead, he let his characters wonder aloud. In King Lear, as storms roared and sanity faded, Lear asked if life was just a breath, a shadow. In As You Like It, Jacques spoke of 7 ages of man, a cycle both beautiful and fleeting. Birth, love, war, wisdom, and finally, silence. Shakespeare didn't chase meaning with a net. He let it drift, like leaves in autumn wind. Some plays ended in laughter, others in loss. But each carried a heartbeat beneath the words, a quiet suggestion that perhaps the meaning of life wasn't in the answers, but in the asking. He didn't need pulpits. His stage was enough. Through it, he whispered to us across centuries, be kind, be curious, and let the questions remain. The eternal return why Shakespeare endures in the quiet turning of centuries. The voice of William Shakespeare never fades. From candlelit reading rooms in Victorian homes to the echo of theater stages beneath LED lights, his words remain. Each age discovers him again, as if for the first time. The Victorians, steeped in moral codes and social decorum, looked to Shakespeare for order. In his comedies, they found the elegance of virtue rewarded. In his tragedies, the warning signs of pride unchecked. They printed him in school books, quoted him in sermons, and painted his characters into Victorian portraits as symbols of right and wrong. But as time moved forward, so did the lens through which Shakespeare was seen. The modernists stepping into a world torn by war and technological change, looked for irony, ambiguity, and the weight of human contradiction. And they found it. In Hamlet's doubts, in Iago's whispers, in Lady Macbeth's guilt that no water could cleanse. For a time that questioned certainty, Shakespeare became a mirror for that uncertainty. Post-war generations sought healing in his words. Educators turned again to his plays, not only for their literary merit, but for the emotional truths they held. What made Shakespeare feel so present was not just his language, but his understanding of people, of how fragile and furious we could be. Each generation saw itself in his characters, and in doing so, gave his work new breath, again and again in. The 21st century, Shakespeare is alive not just in textbooks, but in street performances, podcasts, TikToks, and global classrooms. His characters wear jeans and hoodies now. His speeches are delivered in languages he never knew, and still they land with power. Each time the world shifts, we turn back to him. He waits there unchanged, and yet ready to be reborn. In war and Pisan times of war, Shakespeare's lines have not only comforted, but rallied. When Winston Churchill sought to evoke British resilience during the darkest hours of World War II, he turned to Shakespeare's Henry V. The speech at Agincourt, with its call to brotherhood and bravery, rang out again over radio waves, a centuries old. Encouragement against a modern threat, Shakespeare's plays spoke to soldiers in trenches, to nurses in makeshift hospitals, and to the grief-stricken across the globe. In World War I, troops carried tiny editions of his works in their pockets. These worn pages were not just for escape, but for grounding. Hamlet's grief, Falstaff's foolishness, and King Lear's sorrow spoke to men far from home, reminding them they were not alone in confusion or fear, but his voice is not reserved for war. In peace, it has been a source of contemplation, reconciliation. and even revolution. Mahatma Gandhi, though a man of nonviolence and spiritual resolve, admired the power of language. He saw in Shakespeare a voice that could both expose injustice and elevate the spirit. The world's thinkers, whether philosophers or peacemakers, have quoted Shakespeare because he doesn't preach. He reveals at the United Nations, in parliaments, in memorials, and even in wedding vows, his words echo. He lends weight to joy and sorrow alike. In moments of global grief or celebration, he is summoned not because he gives answers, but because he gives voice to our deepest human feelings. In no country, no border, Shakespeare was born in England, and yet he lives far beyond it. His plays have crossed every ocean and taken root in cultures he never knew existed. In Japan, for example, Shakespeare has been embraced with a unique depth. The plays are staged not just in translation, but in traditional Japanese theatrical forms. Macbeth in No Theater, King Lear in Kabuki. His themes blend seamlessly with Japanese aesthetics of impermanence, duty, and inner conflict. In India, Shakespeare arrived with colonial textbooks, but stayed as a beloved storyteller. His characters have walked Bollywood sets, danced to Indian rhythms, and spoken in 1,000 dialects. African playwrights have adapted him, turning European courts into tribal councils and Elizabethan palaces into post-colonial battlegrounds. Translations abound not only into French and German, but into Swahili, Mandarin, and sign language. Each one a tribute, each one a reimagining. Shakespeare is not bound to the original text. His power is in the pulse beneath the words, the emotion that transcends syntax. What makes him universal is not his Englishness, but his humanity. Love, jealousy, betrayal, power, ambition, regret, these are not owned by one nation. And so Shakespeare belongs to all. Whether he is read beneath the Eiffel Tower, performed in a Ghanaian classroom, or whispered by a couple in a New York subway, he continues, even in countries where English is not the first language. His presence is strong. Students in remote towns rehearse Romeo and Juliet. Actors in small community theaters pour heart into Othello. Teachers use his soliloquies to open conversations about truth, choice, and consequence. He becomes a bridge, connecting people through time and place. He endures because we change. What allows Shakespeare to persist is not just that he was brilliant, but that we change. With every shift in society, his works meet us there. In times of conservatism, we read his order and virtue. In times of upheaval, we lean into his chaos and complexity. His plays do not resist reinterpretation. They welcome it. The same play can feel like a comedy in one age and a tragedy in another. The Merchant of Venice raises new ethical questions in the light of modern conversations about race and religion. Taming of the Shrew feels different when viewed through the lens of gender equality. And Othello speaks volumes in a world reckoning with systemic injustice, and yet, while our world changes, the heartbeat of his work stays steady. That's the paradox. He is both timeless and timely. He does not belong to the past, though he came from it. He walks beside us, as if alive in the margins of our stories, Technology has not diminished him. If anything, it has multiplied him. Shakespeare festivals now stream online. Students dissect his verses in digital classrooms. His characters live on in memes, in animated films, in video games, and in AI-generated adaptations. And still, beneath it all, the soul of his stories remains intact. What we seek in Shakespeare is not nostalgia. It's recognition. His words name. Things we feel but cannot say. They hold mirrors to our ambitions, our mistakes, and our longings. They do not force us to think a certain way, but to feel deeply, to pause, and to wonder. He endures because we do. Because as long as people feel loss, or love, or rage, or awe, there will be something in his work to guide them, and when we are gone, and another generation arrives, they too will meet Shakespeare, not as a relic, but as a companion. A whisper, from a time long ago, still speaking clearly, as if only yesterday written. A soft ending the sleep of Shakespeare, the evening settles over the Thames. The lights of London dim to a soft hum, and on the southern bank, the wooden frame of the Globe Theatre fades into silhouette. Its round body rests like a ship. In harbor, sails furled, stage dark. The crowds are gone. No pageantry spills from its doors. No voices rise in jest or verse. It is empty now, yet not abandoned. There is a warmth in its stillness. The wooden beams, worn from years of laughter and longing, seem to hold memories like a shell holds the sound of waves. This is where dreams took form, where words leapt into air and clung to hearts. And though the stage sleeps, the echo of lines still drifts like incense through the quiet. Juliet still asks wherefore. Hamlet still pauses. Prospero still forgives. The players are silent, but their shadows linger like breath on glass. We imagine Shakespeare standing here, alone beneath the moonlight, not as a playwright or a poet, but simply as a man, tired, grateful, listening to the hush that follows applause. He did not write for silence, but perhaps, in the end, it was all he longed for, the weight of silence when the quill was laid down. The world did not know it. There was no curtain fall, no thunderous farewell. Just the stilling of hands, the quiet of rooms, and the space left behind by a voice that had shaped so many. William Shakespeare passed from life like a line fading at the edge of parchment, gently, inevitably, as if even his departure were written in verse. There were no new sonnets, no unfinished scripts to be found on the desk, only the ones already gifted bound in paper, carried in minds. The silence he left was not a void. It was full. It echoed with every soliloquy and whispered line ever spoken on stage. His words had taken root, and though the voice that planted them was gone, the garden remained, and in that silence people listened closer. The verses seemed deeper, the questions more tender. Without new plays to distract or redefine, the old ones grew, wiser. They aged like oak, their meaning expanding with the years. Shakespeare had slipped into stillness, but his silence was a presence, one that asked not to be mourned, but remembered. The great chain of binding Shakespeare's world, life was a grand design, a chain unbroken, from king to servant, beast to blossom, star to stone, all connected, each with its role to play. He saw the universe not as chaos, but as choreography, a cosmic play endlessly staged, where meaning lived not just in the script, but in the pauses between through his writing. This view pulls quietly, not overt, not shouted, but always there. When kings fell, when fools spoke wisdom, when storms raged and lovers wept, there was always a sense of order beneath the drama, of something holding it all, something vast, patient, unnamed. Shakespeare reminded us that to be human was to be part of that chain, that our joys and griefs were not small but sacred, that even the ordinary, a letter, a dagger, a dream belonged to a larger design, and so his rest was not an end, but a return, a soft step back into the weave of the world he had spent a lifetime portraying, not gone, just absorbed, not silent, merely listening now. Rest, rest. Perturbed spirit, final line, does not always close the play. Sometimes it opens the hush that follows. Shakespeare's closing words in The Tempest feel like such a hush. Now my charms are all o'erthrown, and what strength I have's mine own. He had written of kings and clowns, of spirits and storms. He had unwrapped ambition, peeled back pride, stitched together love with longing. And then he let it all go. The stage dims. The staff is broken. The pen set aside. Rest, rest. Perturbed spirit, Horatio says to Hamlet. And maybe to Shakespeare, too, let him rest now. Let the weight of his words drift like leaves over water. Let the rhythm of his thoughts become a lullaby for those who read him, for those who remember, for those who fall asleep with his plays beside them. Soft in the lamplight, he sleeps in Stratford, but he lives in sound, in line, in memory, and somewhere in that great cosmic library where stories float like stars, his hand still moves, quietly, eternally, writing,